everywhere. Already. Another early day. That's clean. Let's go ahead and get you screwed on. Batch of storms going up on the Leech Hop outflow boundary intersection right now. Very early in the day. I'm still getting set up, so it's gonna be a fun day. Let me tell you. Yeah. It's working. All right. Chasing me on. Looking back at storms developing. I'll stop here in a second because I gotta get set up. I was getting set up and that updraft just started dumping on me actually. It's pretty funny. Day's already starting off great. I am so exhausted. Mentally, I'm gonna make it. I've got the advantage though because we're chasing at 6,000, 7,000 feet again, at least initially. So hey, I got this, right? So I'll get turned around here in a second so you can look at it through the big camera while I set up everything. It's gonna be a day. It's such a good day that I forgot my wireless video transmitter at home, so we're going to improvise. It's gonna be a lot of fun. We're doing some improvisation today. Here we go. Bet the sheep are out too here. It's about the loneliest road in New Mexico. There you go. This one's gonna start dumping on me too soon, but that's okay. There we go. That's the storm we were just driving through. Going up rapidly. It went from no rain to complete rain really quick. There we go. Let me go make sure this is zoomed out. On. We're gonna make it happen today. This is basically the initial point which storms go up, so it's fun in that way. Sure, a tornado watch is coming soon as these storms fire. I'm gonna get the 360 camera going as these seal up right over me. Get everything else set up. Cool. Car coming way down the way. All right. That's interesting. Is that working? Huh. this isn't that the wrong way. All right. Cool. That's a storm going up right there. There's one to my south as well. I'll show you here in a second. Right. There we go. So you can see, got a storm going up back this way. Watch that one. We've got this one right here going up. And you have the one up here to the north that just rained on us. So this is our improvisation of a wireless video system today using the cell phone. You can see it's just definitely like curious to see what happens here today. This one's growing really fast, right over me. So it's gonna be a tough decision. I think
probably go down to US 60 because there's not really a stop option at 940 anyways. Let them north of this storm and start turning south to the storm boundary. That one right there. That one's pretty vigorous actually. It looks like that one over.
My son down the road there. You can see this one's already pulling in a little bit of inflow into it. There. Sorry, trying to pull in some cloud material. Road here into Mexico. Actually, there's a sheep ranch down that way. We're going to pass it here in a second. So, we'll see what happens. We're making it up as we go today. Another day where I've done like the bare minimum of forecasting. I just looked at a satellite image and said, I'm going there. Excuse me. Which is par for the course. Every tornado day this year's basically been that. Me just waking up, looking at satellite and going, yep, that's the spot. One of these days I'll remember to put on my seatbelt before I leave. Sides of us right now. Same spot we were yesterday. It's been that kind of a year where you just kind of have a string of setups and you're kind of in the same general area for days on end. It's the same thing. I think we've been in a 100-mile bubble for 4 days now, which is just nuts. But that's okay. Seems like it's been that way. Oklahoma, earlier this month, we were just like in the same bubble all the time. Texas seemed like earlier this year. Earlier in May, we were like around Brownwood, Austin, Texas for like 5 days. It was really, or 4 days. It was 4 days again like this. Just over and over again, chasing the same region. This is nice for me because I live in Albuquerque, so I'm only an hour east at that right now. So it makes it nice because I've got to sleep in my bed every night. This chase setup, which has been good. Saves on the hotel cost. Budget conscious storm chaser. It's nice not to have to pay for hotels sometimes. Yeah, look at, you can see a outdraft right here. Right there, just basically along the road and to the right. That's a storm updraft. There's a darker area underneath it. That's the precipitation core taking off. There's going to be several little storms take off here. 1 or 2 will become supercells. They'll become those rotating storms, and those will pose the tornado threat today because there's an outflow boundary from yesterday and last night's storms. They basically pushed out what was essentially a cold front. That cold front then, oh my gosh, that cold front then stalls and then effectively becomes like a stalled front or a warm front. And in that case, there's just those things because there's 2 air masses colliding right there, and the winds are also backed more to the east. There's a lot more spin in the lower levels of the atmosphere. So in an environment that you wouldn't otherwise expect to be tornadic, they turn that type of an environment tornadic very quickly, and they turn like a marginally tornadic environment very tornadic. And you sometimes, like some of my favorite storm chases ever were along outflow boundaries because it was just tornado after tornado after tornado. And I think that's we're looking at something that's a possibility today for sure. I don't know if that's going to be the case. The environment isn't truly hugely favorable for tornadoes. It is there is a tornado threat, so but I don't know if we're going to be dealing with a big tornado threat or not. So, but there will be, I think 1 or 2 storms are going to produce tornadoes today, though, to be sure. I just want to make that clear. I'm pretty confident in that outcome occurring. So we'll see if we're on it again today. We've been fortunate all week to be on the storm that produces a tornado, or in the case of we've been fortunate all week with that. I'm not even going to add a qualifier. We've just been fortunate the last 4 days to be on that type of a storm. So yeah, welcome everybody who's watching. Appreciate everybody tuning in. If you are stumbling across our channel for the first time, welcome. First off, welcome. And then second off, subscribe. Obviously you want to subscribe. If you want to learn about weather, that's what we built this channel for. And I'm trying to do these live streams as kind of like, you get to be with us as we make our content this year, for sure. It's like a making of series live, but also try to educate a little bit as the storms happen. But we try to really focus on education on this channel over and over and over again. The whole team is dedicated to that. We absolutely love teaching about weather. I've said it many times. This is kind of my spiel. But I looked around after the Moore tornado in 2013. We chased a lot that year, and I kind of looked around and said, what are we doing? Like, how can we help? And what I figured out was there's two ways we can help. We can teach storm chasers, storm spotters how to forecast better. Also the public how to forecast better. Like if you are not a storm chaser or storm spotter, but you want to learn about how to like look at weather models and kind of assess that, because I believe one way to increase preparedness is to have more people know more about weather, so they can do things like tell their friends, hey, look, I saw this on the HRRR today. I think that's awesome. Like if we could do that that would be amazing. That's an amazing outcome. And the other one is to educate storm chasers, storm spotters, and everybody else about storm structure and behavior. That way, the reports from the field are more accurate. Anybody who looks at our content will learn those things and start figuring out how to assess what a storm's doing, what it's thinking at that time. And in doing so, you're going to help the warning process. So I don't use the term save lives. I say that many times. I try to purposely make sure that people know I'm not saying that, because I think it's a really weird term because there's not any individual person that's going to do that. It's the whole warning enterprise. So, and our hope is to just help improve that however we can. So, with that said, that's what we do. We try to educate folks on weather. And that's the nexus of our channel. Outside of the season, that's what we're doing. We're producing videos all year long. And this is actually right where we saw the tornadoes yesterday. This is Encino, New Mexico, right here. I got Vaughn in the location. We're basically in that general area. But yeah, this is Encino, New Mexico. And this is where we saw 3 tornadoes yesterday, 2 or 3. So it's just like, and I want to reiterate something too. I don't want anybody to get the wrong idea. This is our passion. This is our hobby. This is not our job. We do other things for a living. We do not storm chase for a living. This is like our hobby. This is our passion. We do this every spring, and we produce videos every spring. Just kind of like, it's kind of just a passion-driven project right now. So we appreciate everybody who watches, and we appreciate those super chats and stuff too. I know that's it feels weird. It feels weird asking for money. So I mean, if you do, great, thank you. We appreciate you. I really want to find a way to send personalized notes or something, or videos to thanking people. I don't know if that's possible, but it's very humbling and overwhelming. We had several yesterday, which was just, it's always strange to me, but I appreciate it because it does help fund all this stuff, all this fun stuff we do. So this is fun. This will be all right. Well, I guess you can you can do that then. I don't know why we went to pass them and they gunned it, but hey, I guess they can do that. I had horrible problems with hail yesterday. Everyone watching the stream yesterday heard how annoyed I was getting with the hail, actually. It was true. I was pretty annoyed with it. Closing in on Vaughn right now. Looks like there's a storm in front of us as well. Big cirrus deck has moved overhead. I think this is probably a wave of some sort, atmospheric wave bringing lift, because you've got storms just going everywhere right now. So, and this will take a while to suss out. So the plan right now is to get east. We're gonna get between Vaughn and Fort Sumner and just chill out, see what happens today. There's just several storms trying to go around us, and this one to my north actually looks pretty good. I don't know if you can see it on the rear camera. You can kind of see it there on the right side. So it's crooked too. We're gonna have to straighten that horizon when we stop again. Stop for gas in Vaughn. Got the Netherlands in the house today. We're working on, I think we're trying to get the whole European Union in this week. We're getting close, I think. Actually, I don't think we've had many of the Eastern European countries check in. So, Western Europe, though, I think we've got it covered now. We're getting pretty close, Western and Central Europe. Mike's back on today watching. Hey, Mike. Hope it's nice down in Ruidoso. I think I'm going to try to take the fam down there this summer. I should pay attention to the road. Oh, the problem is I get lax when I'm driving and I'm looking at the storm, and I know, because I know no one's around me at that point, so I just start taking corners like I'm driving a Formula One car or something. It's ridiculous. And the plan right now is we're going to get east on. We're going to see what happens. Uzbekistan. I hope that's true, because then we got Central Asia in the house too, which is really cool. Oh, we got Eastern European right there, Slovenia. We're thinking about, we've got a Europe trip planned, me and my partner this year. See if that can come to fruition or not. Excited to see it. Love exploring. Love exploring continent. Love exploring the world. It's one of the best things about storm chasing too, is I get to explore lots of the country. I'm just, you just see so much more of America doing this than I think any other activity. Just so many small towns out here. And big believer that small towns matter a lot. Okay, that's my northeast. I don't see anything on radar there. That's almost to Santa Rosa. Just got a bunch of little updrafts here. Here, you can see the one back behind me now. Look at that thing. That looks pretty stout, doesn't it? It's got a weird ragged base right now. But I'm not too worried about that just yet. It's a really good tower over it. Love it. Yeah, I think that's like Eastern Europe's on our short list right now. Would love to do a lot of those countries. I hear Slovenia and Croatia are absolutely beautiful. So. I will admit, I actually was a full-time storm chaser 2016, 2018. That was basic. Well, I don't want to say full-time. It was half-time, because I was also running my own media business as well. But it felt like full-time during the spring, at least. And it was so burnt out. I was not choosing my own setups and all that. I was working with TV, which was a lot of fun. Amazing people I worked with at KOCO. Amazing weather team. If you're from Oklahoma, trust me, you want to use them as your warning source, because they're just the best in the biz. But yeah, I honestly was so burnt out by the end of 2018, by the end of that stint. I just chased so much. And it's like, it's fine when I'm able to choose my setups, because I've chased a lot this year too. This is the most I've chased since 2018. But I've been choosing setups and been able to choose targets and such a lot more freely, and that's been really nice. A tornado happened yesterday, just right out there. Right out the window. It's actually to the left, but it's where one of the tornadoes happened yesterday. east of Vaughn has a lot of lightning to it. I think it's this one right here. It's that one right there. That's the one east of Vaughn there. Has a lot of lightning to it, so I'm casually interested. That one might. When you're early on in a storm day, let me just let me do a little bit of education. Actually, what am I looking for right now? I'm looking for storms developing that do two things. They have a lot of lightning, they go up quickly, and they are going up quickly, and also good solid echo tops. Like if you use a professional radar app like Radar Scope, you're looking for those, if you turn on enhanced echo tops, you're looking for the storm that goes up farthest quickest. In these types of scenarios, those are the ones that tend to do the big things. So, and you just kind of got to wait it out. And in this situation where there's a bunch of storms going up along a boundary intersection, you just kind of got to wait it out, give it a little bit of time, and eventually your dominant supercell will emerge, and then it'll be game time. Today, you know, storms are going up at 1 o'clock local time. It's pretty early in the day. And because of that, you know, with these storms going up early, there's a lot of day left. I mean, we're going to be streaming probably for 6 or 7 hours today. We're going to be chasing for 6 or 7 hours. And then, yeah, so I think you just kind of got to wait it all out right now. And there will be a big-time supercell emerge from all this, and then we'll be ready to rock and roll today. You know, we're watching this storm, though, right here east of us, too. Very, you know, it'll be fine. I'm not a huge fan of the days that start with cirrus overhead, but mainly, that's mainly because of just the photogenic nature of the towers. I mean, they're just like gray like that. I don't like that too much. The one to my north is actually in the clear air, and it's a lot more robust looking. But we'll see. Just a lot of storms in a little area right now. So we're going to go east of Vaughn and just kind of set, and we'll see what happens at that point. So, and I will say too, unless something major changes, I think this is the last chase in this sequence for me. The wind shear really just goes away after this, and you know, I'm a supercell type of person. I don't like the I'll just be honest, I don't like the low wind shear non-supercell days. They're just, I get those all summer long here in New Mexico with the monsoon season, so I tend to not spend time in the spring going for those. Fire Captain, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Good job. Yeah, that's great. It's great to see. Yeah, in this year, you know, with the education, I'm going to do a couple of things. One is a satellite forecasting course, because I've been gathering satellite imagery all year long, and way too much actually, but I'm going to basically go through like imagery loops and just break down what I'm seeing on it and then what happened. So because I'm a big believer in that, that's all you need is satellite a lot of days to know where to go. I was saying earlier, like today was a day again where I literally woke up, looked at a satellite image and said, yep, that's where I'm going. Because I mean, you need to know like the broader environment, like how everything's shaping up, so you know, so you end up where wind shear is, but you can kind of sometimes even tell that with satellite. But all that to say, satellite will get you a long way. It's an overlooked piece of storm forecasting. I feel like people have really been focusing on models a lot, which are great because, like, I think the HRRR is like money. That thing is just awesome. But if you use like a combination of OBS, HRRR, and satellite, it's hard to beat. back when I first started chasing, I'm going to do a backwind type of talk here, but back when I first started chasing, we got satellite updates every 20-30 minutes, and I was like, if you'd have told me I could get them every minute, 5 minutes, I'd have been like, my gosh, this is the best thing ever. I'll never miss a tornado again. Oh, thank you. Thank you, kind Bluey. So, yeah, we're enjoying, we're going to enjoy today. I'm going to get gas here really quick, so you're going to lose me, because I'm going to put my microphone up and get gas and go in and get some caffeine. Not going to lie, I had amazing 10 hours of sleep last night. I got in at 8, got some video offloaded off of cards, and then I went to sleep at like 11 and woke up at 9. It was wonderful. So, but I need caffeine. So, great day today. Oh my gosh, Allsups is all kinds of busy. There's campers everywhere. I think people are going camping this week. It's gonna be fun. Oh, blue pickup. Come on. You gotta come through so I can get through. And I can't take that corner that sharp on the curb check, and that would be not good for anybody. Okay. Destroy my suspension curb checking at a gas station and can't go storm chasing that day. That'd be an amazing day. Yeah, for sure. Here, I'm gonna put my mic up. I'll leave y'all on rear view so you don't look at just the gas station. There are some clouds, and y'all can creep on the people getting gas behind me while I get gas, so. And then I'm gonna go in and get a drink, so. Apologies for the 5-minute break or so, but I promise y'all, we will be back in a second. And in the meantime, if anybody has great weather stories, tell them in the chat. Entertain each other. I promise I'll read them in a bit too. There we go. Well, there's plenty of Allsups burrito jokes about gas to be made for sure. Let's see where this battery got to. I'm gonna have to plug in the YOLO here in a second. 100%, look at that, fast charging extraordinaire. Got the internal camera ready to go. 45 minutes left on the card. I'll have to keep that in mind. I'm running out of card space. I got 5 sitting on my desk at home. I just took out of the case so I don't overwrite them. That's really sad. Yeah, Ian was just a horrific hurricane. It's almost hurricane season. They're forecasting an average season, which could mean anything. Just takes one though, just like tornadoes, it just takes one. Now we shall pull up. Oh my God, that was weird. That was so trippy. This person started taking off as the truck in front of me started backing up, and that was like, that played with my brain. My brain was not ready for that double motion. I need caffeine. I'm gonna go get some caffeine. I was thinking that too. Came in to see y'all talking about the load on the SUV. I was like, wow. I was thinking that too. I was like, well, it's a lot. I come from a rural Oklahoma, and you know, you learn a lot of life lessons. One of them is that. Shut the water out. Here we go. Now let's get east of Vaughn. Yeah, this is incredibly busy today. It's also Memorial Weekend here. So there are a lot of people out and about, going camping, doing those things, which is great. But definitely, it is Memorial Day, so I do want to, you know, I actually, you know, this is going to seem really oddly dumb and patriotic, especially Europeans, but I have had several family members serve in the military. In fact, I would say that's one of our proudest family traditions. I've had, you know, this is not a stance on pro-war, anti-war, or anything like that, but I've had a family member in every single conflict America has been in since World War II. So, and by that I mean grandfather or closer. And I just want to give a shout out to our troops, because they did choose to serve the country, and that is commendable in many ways. There are many ways to serve a country, and that's just one. So, but I just want to give a shout out to them on this day, or not. It's not Memorial Day, but on this weekend. Actually, let's keep the microphone up there while I eat a little bit. Sure, the last thing anyone wants to hear is me chomping on something. See what our radar looks like. Oh yeah, it's gonna take a while to get all these going. That's quite all right. But this intersection always sneaks up on me. Good news is there are no longer any storms east of me, so we don't need to go any further. So let's find a good spot to chill out and set up. Go north on this highway just a hair. Storm chasers? Storm chasers. Yes, Mike. I actually got a lid today. I typically don't. You know, this is, I'm pretty environmentally conscious, and plastic straws are just absolutely terrible. So I try not to get plastic straws or plastic lids when I stop. But today, I got both. So I think it's just the nature of the game when it's windstorm chasing. I just figured it's probably best to just take care of that. But I try to do that. I mean, lots of scientists tell us that they're just horrifically bad for the environment. So I try not to get them, but I don't know if now it's a gate. I'm not going to be able to see anything off of that anyways. So if you're not accident prone and you want to do something very pro-environment, not getting a lid and straw is actually one very, very small way, but not nothing way to help. I'm trying to find a spot to pull off so I can just kind of watch these towers build and see what happens. Yes, very much unstable today. Lots of Europeans love extreme weather. There's actually tornadoes in Europe too, for the record, especially a lot of water spouts. But I think the thing to take away from that, and every time we sign off a video, we say weather is for everyone, and that does include, I mean, that's across the world. It's the one thing, that's why I love weather. It's the one thing all of us experience equally. You don't get to, it doesn't matter your religion, your race, your political beliefs, it doesn't matter about any of that. Weather is going to impact you the same way. If it's staying cold, it's staying cold. If there's a tornado, there's a tornado. Like, I love that it's the one of the things that still is a very unifying experience for us all. So, and it's true. I mean, like, I have family and friends who are all different of all those types of ways that we like to categorize people, and everybody is fascinated with weather. So, and you see that with storm chasers too. So. Stop here in a second. I keep thinking there's like this persistent ridge over here. I'm trying to like get a spot where there's not that ridge so I can actually look at a storm, look at stuff go, but it just seems like I can't get around it. Looks like stuff is kind of consolidating north here though. This is ridiculous. I'm just gonna stop. I think I've had enough of trying to get around it. Just stop right here. There's some storm towers growing. Those are all pretty narrow, so you're not quite yet to like supercell time. And there's one right here in front of them too. You can actually, if you just watch it, you can see them grow. Actually, I'm gonna push the record button after I level this up. I can also zoom in a little bit because that's annoying that that gate's there. There we go. Yeah, I won't walk in front of it today. Yeah, safety is definitely one of the things we try to preach here So I try to lead by example by not looking at my phone while I drive. I look at storms. That's the more dangerous thing for me anyways, is looking out the window. But we try not to speed. We try not to do any of that. We try to set a good example of that. In storm chasing, you don't need to do all those things to be successful. You just gotta be really good at forecasting from the get-go. It's a great question. My typical chase strategy, and that's a very funny term at this point, but I like to be, whatever direction the storms are moving, I like to be there from them, and I like to shade north if I can. Because usually, or at least at a 45-degree angle, but if they're like moving northeast, I like being north, more north than east of storms, but definitely east, because then you can stair step down and you can catch them. Same if they're moving east or southeast, you just adjust accordingly. Today I'm expecting a storm to latch on to this outflow boundary, which is east-southeast. So I think the target, like on a day like today, the target's pretty obvious. Like the storm of the day is going to ride this outflow boundary, and we are right now just south of it. And when a storm hits it, latches on, turns right, and just takes off, that's the storm. That's when we know when we have our storm. So what we'll be doing is just waiting. And so my plan today is I'm setting east of the storm activity. I'm trying to be east, as far east of it all as possible, while keeping in view, because I love watching this stage of storms. And then from there, we will adjust accordingly with the storm of the day. So we're just kind of watching. Oh, there's my wallet thing. As an ADHD person, I'm just gonna say it, I cannot stand the Apple, hey, you left this behind, because I just assume it's true. I'm like, wow, I lost my wallet. Nope, it's just sitting right there beside me. I lost it when I went in the store. So, yeah, there's the most vigorous storms look like they're going over I-40. Dew points are 51 there, 60 south of it. Let's see where this plots the actual boundary at. Yeah, right there, right about there. That's interesting. Because one of the things I might have to do is go northeast here to Santa Rosa and then drop back south. That'll be a better play overall. But I'm kind of leery of stuff going even further south and me having to take a 2-hour-long loop just to get back down. So the thing about New Mexico, I've said this the last several days, there aren't a lot of roads. And so because of that, you run into a problem where you just like, you have to make some tough decisions. Yesterday we had to leave a storm for a good long while just to get back into position. And it is truly something that it just happens. There's no way around it, so. I think what I can do today, let's set this up. Well, I know what I can do today. Let's set this up as I don't take the stuff that I need to set this up. Let's see here. On a roll, folks. I am on a roll. So I think I can do this today. Radar app too, someone asked that. In terms of a radar app that I use, I recommend highly the, for a professional app, I recommend Radar Scope. It's a different class. It does cost $10, but it's pretty good. For something that's more for the general person, I recommend highly Climb. We actually work with Climb. They have an amazing product roadmap ahead, and I just highly recommend it. I highly recommend that one. If you're wanting just like, hey, it's going to rain in 15 minutes, or hey, there's a tornado watch out. It's just a really solid, really solid. Oh my gosh. All right. Bear with me. Don't you spill drink. There we go. Okay. I think I am done messing stuff up. Nope, I'm not done messing stuff up. There we go, perfect, amazing. Yeah, there's just no way to do that, is there? All right, trying to set up something really quick. I think this would be cool to do today. Since I don't have the wireless video option really, I'll walk around here a second with the phone again and talk about what I'm seeing. There we go. I'll get this in a second, I promise, it's gonna happen. Something that's annoying me about my iPad though is I have to go into settings, then I have to go to display. Listen, I'm an Apple person through and through, but this is something that I just get so annoyed by because I have to do this every time. Arrangement, mirror display, bam, perfect. All right, now we can do this. So, here's what I'm watching right now. I'm using radar scope here, by the way. We're watching just a bunch of storms here. I mean, I'm in this area, watching all these to my north take shape. There's also some down here I'm watching, which you can't see in that view, but that's okay. So, I think the plan, like if these take, oh goodness, if these take off, I'm gonna wanna get up north and back south. Like that'll be the game plan. But if these are the storms, you know, south and then this way, there's no roads out here. So if these storms went this way and tracked, I mean, SOL type of situation. So, yeah, there we go. So, I mean, there's road holes, big road holes right here and right here. There are no roads there. And those are not small. Those are 30 miles, and then north-south, 30. So, you know, there's not quite a 30 by 30 square, but that's a long time. If these storms are moving 15 miles an hour, that's 2 hours inside of that road hole. So, and it's very possible they will be moving that slow. The idealized scenario is that a storm goes, right here and goes this way. But that's, rarely is it idealized because as you can see, the problem right now is that these are here, and our highways to see stuff, you know, these going this way. These would be more idealized, but, you know. I'm taking a look, this is Sasquatch, by the way. Wish we weren't getting baseball notifications, but hey, that's fine, it's whatever. So here's what's happening here. I don't think I can draw on this. Can I draw on this? Let's find out if I can draw on this. Doesn't look like I can draw on this. No, it doesn't look like it. That's okay. So basically, I mean, I'll plot my position here so you can see it. You got all these storms forming to my north. You know, very interesting. Kind of watching that. And I'm taking a look at our surface obs here. There's a 51 dew point, 66, 63. So these are north of the boundary, north or just on. Because to my southeast, I mean down there in Roswell, dew point 60. So there's a boundary overlaid through here, to be sure. And I think it's basically where my dot is and to the east southeast from there. It's kind of diffuse, which is good. I'd rather have a diffuse boundary than not. So, and as you look through, I mean, like, you take a look at dew point here, and you see the greater dew points are kind of concentrated. You kind of see that boundary where the nose of these are. You can kind of see that boundary, and it's basically from I-40 and east-southeast from there. So these to my north are going up on that boundary, it looks like, and there's some north of the boundary as well. A couple of things I look for at this point too. Let's take a look at like wind shear, 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. It's 150 to my east southeast, which is down toward Fort Sumner. So you have pretty good wind shear. Anything over 100 there, I start thinking tornadoes are possible, and you've already got 100 to 150 on this boundary just to my east. Let's see here. Effective SRH, let's just see what that says. 150 to 200, so supercells. Good. Thermodynamics. Now the coup de grace are 0 to 3 kilometer Cape. You need low levels to be unstable, and that's not a problem. Plenty of low level instability through here. So it's 140, 150, 160 to my northwest, and it's, you know, 100s and such to my southeast, and that atmosphere will continue to destabilize. So definitely we're looking good on that. Let me look at, don't need to see the YouTube back end. Let's look at the Albuquerque surface obs. It's so terrible how there's so little. 68 over 61 and 64 over 50 or 64. I don't know what that says, but 70 over 57 in Santa. That's got to be 64. Yeah, it's got to be 64 there. It's not 54. Okay, so it's 57, the dew point at Santa Rosa. So it is along or south of the boundary. So you can see the dew point Las Vegas is 50. So trying to see here. SBC products page, meso analysis, where you are. There you are. So let's take a look at meso analysis. Another great, I got to make a video on this too, but for quick hitting, I just go significant tornado, 0 to 500, great indice. We're at plausible tornado time already. So as these storms take shape and they get going, you will have a chance for tornadoes. Looks like I'm getting some rain on the windshield too. Yep, 1, so we're already there on the tornado EHI, tilting and stretching. Look at that. 3, that's good. That's favorable. And, you know, you can look at other composites too, but the thing I want to look at now is mixed layer Cape. Yeah, 1500, multi-parameter fields. I'm kind of going through these quickly, but yeah, see, that's showing also the extreme low-level instability here. It's in a small corridor, but it'll keep expanding through the day. We're early in the afternoon. Yeah, you can just tell where that boundary is. It's just right here. Man, I wish I could draw. I need to get an annotation app or something for the iPad, I think. That's what I'm learning right now for the rest of the year. So, yeah, it's looking good. So, I think with that in mind, let's go back over here and look at radar. It's up to the north. Let's take a look at Amarillo to see FDX. Thanks, Cannon Air Force Base, for not having that be working. Yeah, those are actually struggling to the north there. So I guess we'll stay on Albuquerque. There we go. Oh man, this is a tough decision right now. Talking to the Titans in the Secret Titan Prediction Center chat. Try to keep my window wipers from squeaking today. And you look to the east, there's still nothing good. Those low-level clouds there actually tend to indicate good deep moisture, so that's good to see. Atmosphere isn't well mixed, and look at this tower actually going up to our west. Look at that thing. I'm gonna zoom in on that so we can see some convection for a little bit. Yeah, lack of roads in New Mexico is always a problem. I love my home state, except for that. That's always a challenge. Actually, let me do that. I want to record that going up too. Roswell's a cool. Oh, y'all can guess what the cloud shapes look like. I don't care. I'm full of humor and very easygoing. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting day today, for sure. Kind of letting you watch that cloud. I'm looking at, oh my gosh. Why am I getting like calendar invites for work on a Saturday? What's going on? What are people doing? There's a lot of lightning in those storms to the north of me though. Man, I'll tell you what. I couldn't have picked a worse week for Cannon Air Force Base radar to go down. Just could not be worse timing. So I really don't need radar during a chase for the most part. The one time I do need it, without a shadow of a doubt, is at this point of the day. It's nice to have. It's a real nice to have. So you can keep an eye on things. In terms of echo tops and all that, let you know which storm is taking off. There's really good echo tops up by Las Vegas, but that's well north of the boundary. And there's stuff down by Roswell too, taking off. But those are going to be more hail producers. The actual tornado threat. Here, let me bring this back up. The actual tornado threat today is going to be along a boundary that's kind of setting like this. So any storm that can form in this batch, it moves east, it'll hit this boundary, and then it should ride it. And that's the type of storm that you're looking for today for tornadoes, and that's kind of what we're waiting on right now. Thank you, Vicky. Welcome. We have a lot of amazing educational content. I'll do the spill again in a second, though. I'm going to step out of the car for a second and just kind of walk around. So, leave y'all with the beautiful sounds of the car humming. Let me get that going. There we go. Perfect, perfect. There we go. I love it here. I love it. About to plug this in, Mike. All right. Let's turn you on. Allow. Settings. 480p. There we go. Oh, please don't echo. You're gonna echo, aren't you? To start.
There we go. I don't have my gray wireless video thing, so it's going to be a bit of a challenge today. I'm the defense that left it at home. I've been watching the east and north, but they don't. That doesn't look great. I mean, I think the boundary is right here. Yeah. I mean, the winds are east southeast here, so we're right on the boundary here, I think. So I don't know. Those have a lot of lightning, but I'm just not the. And I've been showing you these. You know, we were on looking at these, looking at the tower on the dash cam a bit ago. And, you know, they look okay. That's okay. You got these to the south. This one right here. Oh my gosh. Right, that one right there, that's enough draft. 10. This one, 10 is to be not good. So, they threw out a big anvil though here. But this one's dead. That one's not doing so great either. It's very thin. It's not going to make it. So right now, I'm not seeing anything super imminent. I think maybe it's very possible some of the day is going to come out of this out here still. It looks like there's a really good updraft back there in the back too. This is backwards. It's so hard. Oh my gosh. I don't know why it's doing that. It's really annoying. But yeah, so I think that as you look around, it's still going to be a bit. This one actually is interesting. The sand here, very crisp, but it's coming from that thing over there. So you're wanting to look for basically towers that are really going to start an echo. That are going to try to get they're just big to start. Looking for a bigger tower. See something way out there, a tower. That's way out there. It's probably east of Fort Sumner. So, yeah, we're just gonna sit here. We're gonna have to be patient with this. We'll just have to see.
There we go. Gonna have to remember that all day, not to bring my mic with me or it's gonna echo. It's really bad. So yeah, that's what we're watching out there, for sure. It's just taking a while. I thought, I started streaming thinking, hey, we got a storm going up, it's time. I guess we all get to wait together. Now, those north of me still have a lot of lightning, but just visually, like I said, they weren't impressive. You know, it's a great question on the hail. Yesterday, if you were watching, it was a thing. It was a real thing. It took a bit to get away from the hail. We try to avoid it. It's pretty easy to see There's no magic formula for me, actually. I just don't go into it typically, because I mean, it's a long drawn out explanation, but basically it comes down to cost. It just doesn't make sense. It's from a cost perspective, it doesn't make sense to just go barreling into hell for me. So I don't like my car to get completely beat up. I only have one, and I'd rather it not look completely terrible as I roll into places. Oh, color bars, love it. Oh, I see. Settings. Display. Gotta fix this again. No. What did I break? That's what I broke. It's like I broke something. I think you're asking me, Tammy. I live in Albuquerque. Originally from southern Oklahoma. Oh my gosh, stuff's happening. Love people making connections. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, there's just the stuff to the north. It looks soft. Looks so soft. I'm liking this stuff out to the west still, but we'll see. New Mexico. I'll tell you what. It's gonna be a we'll be setting here. We're not going anywhere. The boundary today, there's a boundary that's going to enhance tornado potential only in a very small area, and that's where we're at. We're not going anywhere else. Yeah, it's just plain as day. That's where it's at. It's going to be good. It's going to be a good day. Let's see how it all evolves. Just yeah, that stuff's struggling. I wonder if HDX can pick it up. No. Let me tell you something, Mart. There are no stupid questions. Here, at least. Some people might say so elsewhere and be mean and such, but that's not the case here. We welcome all questions. That's what we do here, we educate. Yeah, sure. Yeah, there's no reason not to. Here you go. I'm not typically too responsive on shots because I'm trying to get my own stuff, but right now I'm not recording or doing anything, so yeah, of course, definitely. Might actually get the big camera out and start time-lapsing those towers going up. I think I could use that for educational purposes. We see, you can see a couple things like these look pretty robust right here. You know, that looks pretty robust. That one looks, oh my gosh, that one looks pretty robust. But look back all the way over here, you can see that one's dying. See how it's thin and such? Yeah, that one's dying. So, and when they look big and beefy, it's the best way to put it. That's not a great term, but big and beefy. That's when you know a tower is serious. Yes, stay curious. Curiosity makes you a better person, always. My opinion. Yes, absolutely. The low level jet always makes a difference. I mean, that's the general rule, is it always makes a difference. So, I mean, it really does. It's just, it's one of the accelerants to get tornadoes, to be sure. It's that enlarging. It's actually starting to sprinkle here right as I start a time lapse on my camera. No. It's the worst when that happens. Still looking back to the west. Looks like the stuff going up near Encino is showing up on radar again. It's a good tower to my south, maybe. I have to watch that. It's the one going up south of Vaughan there. Well, I hope it doesn't. I hope it goes to my northwest here. That'll be the perfect scenario. These clouds we're looking at now, I hope it goes there. Those would be perfect. I would agree with that. So you got to speed clouds. I love speeding clouds up. doing time lapses and such. Oh, nice! It's always nice to get a news notification on something you worked on. Oh, it's a battery. Actually, while I'm here, I'm going to try to find this. I'm going to see if I am just dumb and could not find, oh, better get that. If I'm just dumb and could not find my wireless video transmission system, we're going to find out. I probably just forgot it. But you never know with me. You truly don't. You can never be too sure. Because the other problem I have is I don't have batteries. Like cascading failures. Those aren't. Okay, it's not in this case. Look at you, just in case. It really is amazing how tower's looking good. Oh, it's spiking way up there. Oh my God, there that is. That is freaking hilarious. I think the rule right now is if I have one battery, I cannot use it until, but great if I just discovered I had those batteries laying around too somewhere. Later. Well, folks, when the storm happens, I'm not going to use it until then, but when the storm happens, when we get on a storm, tornado time or something, I'll be able to use the wireless video system, because I did have the transmitter with me, or the receiver. Unfortunately, I did not bring my spare batteries, so we're just going to have to pretend like there's only one shot at this, and we can use it for about an hour or two. I bet I can make this work. You haven't seen engineering like this. Ho, 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 ho. This is gonna happen. That's stupid. FDX, who knows? It's ran by the Air Force, so they're not really as responsive as the Weather Service would be. I have opinions on that. Love the Air Force, but I just think that the weather data that's publicly like available like that should probably just be available to everybody, or should be ran by a civilian agency. Just my opinion, though. Because the military doesn't need it as bad, so they are slower to fix it when it breaks. Which, you know, makes sense. I'll do a quick hit. Here, let me zoom out on that. Actually, you can see it all. It's really kind of good. All that work. See, Rebecca's in. Cool. All right, let's see. I'm looking for a headband, so I'm gonna do a quick hit for YouTube. Which that sounded absolutely dumb to almost everybody, but just trust me. For the videos that I'll be publishing later. So, but I gotta format this card. Love it. All right, let's do this. Well, welcome to Vaughn, New Mexico. Right behind me right there, that is a storm trying to go up. Got another batch right here to our south. Look at that thing trying to go up. So we got several different storms trying to go up right now. And this one, though, that one's got my attention because that one would be like the most favorable there to the west. So maybe that one will be the one. But otherwise, I mean, look at this. Just there's not much else. So I'm hoping this one's the one, and I'm hoping that one's not the one. So this is the end of a 4-day chase period in New Mexico. New Mexico Palooza. Don't know if I'll chase in New Mexico again this year. I don't know. We'll see. It'd be great because it makes life easier. But also, noticing this one here to my east now too, trying to take shape. So there's gonna be a storm in the next hour or so, and when it happens, we'll be there. So we're looking for a storm to really take off, hit that boundary, and just slide with it. So, and hopefully it's not that one to the south, because then it's gonna be a nightmare to chase. Hopefully it's this one. This one to the west looks good. A time lapse go entirely too long. That should never have lasted 10 minutes. Oh my God. No rain on the thing though. All right, I've got to show y'all something because I'm super proud of my ingenuity here. Let me get the phone out. And we can also walk and talk. I can do what I can talk about what I just did a second ago. I can do that and put to our audience. Here we go. Let me fire up the gimbal really quick. Will not move. There you go. look at this thing. Look at this thing. Oh no, that's gonna be echoing. I'm sorry. There. So look at this thing right here. That's north south. That's one I hope doesn't go. There's also one here that's starting going too. That would be impressive, right? But I'm hoping it's this one back here to the west. So that would be great. Absolutely amazing. This one right here is worried about that one. That one's very vigorous. Good wide base right there. Good wide base. And you can see just a really raw hole there. And that overall fire that one might more interesting. This one, the base is smaller. You know, it looks good up top there. It looks good up top. But it's not as impressive. But this one, I bet that one's great. I bet that one has a huge thing. So the thing I'm proud of, though, let's talk about this. So on the wireless video transmissions, I gotta have a battery, right? And I brought one battery. I left a whole stack of batteries on one thought. I can't use them. I'm not gonna use a big camera. Well, I have a mobile battery here that I have transfixed with rubber bands that's plugged in to it. I'm proud of this. This battery's probably gonna last like 5 hours. It's actually quite ingenious, I feel like, and now we can use that. It's going to be a full day. You know, necessity is the mother of invention and such. But that's the one I'm hoping I can take off. I got to get the camera up. And actually, now that I look at it, you can see there's two updrafts because they're both really thin. So, fingers crossed that continues to be the case. Basically, go up and die up. This one over here is not that at this stage, so we'll see. Hop off in here and there we go. Perfect. Stop. Man, this touchscreen does not like me. Man, I'm so proud of this. I feel like a engineer right now. NASA should hire me. There's nothing that duct tape and rubber bands can't take care of. And they should keep that in mind. That's just so hilarious. That was so dumb. It was brilliant. Oh, rain. Arcadia. All right. Perfection. So I went on 3 out here. stuff I do before the chase starts. First thing, there it is. Now it's working. There we go. Perfect. Yep, we are getting there. This one to my west, I'm casually interested in. I should probably look at radar, shouldn't I? Just to see what's going on. Yeah. So I got some lightning strikes. That's to my northwest, actually, I should say. And this one to the south. And the one to the east all looking decent too. Might just start hedging east toward Fort Sumner here in a second. Yeah, it's not a conspiracy. Clovis, they just... Oh, there we go. Clovis just goes out because I think that's like not their main job. They just, you know, it's not their main job to maintain a radar. So when it goes out, just they're not in a hurry to fix it. It just is what it is. Set up a time lapse really quick on the roof camera. Actually, not you. Never known this highway to be so busy. Here, let me fix that camera too before we get... Probably not too long. see how that's doing now. All right, much better. Oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, it's just a passion. I mean, another thing I do, I do it for a living too, is broadcast, film, video, that sort of thing. So, and I've been doing that kind of stuff for years now. So I've collected a lot of tech, actually, over the years. So I do a lot of cool stuff. Funny you mentioned that, Les. I was about to dive in and look at satellite. Let's bring this up. Come on now, you can do it. There you go. Okay. So basically, the storm to my south, I mean, these are all starting to be vigorous right here. So I'm right about here. I'm just going to come down in this way in about 3 minutes. That's my plan. So I think, I mean, I've been looking for something out of this to form, and I'm hoping it goes north and then south along this highway so we can chase it. Because there is, basically, there's a lee trough right here. It's like a little, just low pressure system, basically where more moisture is hitting here, getting some dry air coming down like this, and you're getting these storms form along it. But there's also this lee trough, and there's also an outflow boundary, something like this. So you're seeing all these storms form in the vicinity of that. And basically, this outflow boundary, which is roughly along US 60 actually, one of these storms, it's going to initially move northeast, but I hope what you're looking for is one to turn right, like that. And one will, and it's going to ride this boundary. And when this boundary interacts with that storm, it's going to be very favorable for tornadoes. That's why there is a tornado risk with these storms today. So taking a look, here, let's refresh satellite. So taking a look at our satellite image, basically this one right here, I wish I could draw. I need an annotation app. But basically there are several good towers right here. Lots of sunshine around me, you can see. Big storm going up to the south, but we're not worried about that. But there's a boundary overlaid back this way. And so yeah, we're just looking at that to, we're waiting to see what happens there. So yeah, you can see there's a broad view. Dew point still 57 to our northwest, so that means that's north of the boundary. I have a feeling it's going to be, that's probably north of the boundary too, then these things going up right there. There's continually towers going up, like towers like that one right there are continually going up in that spot. I think that's probably the lee trough outflow boundary intersection. So it's probably to my south, which means the storm to my south might be the one that's going up right now. Southwest might be one we need to watch because those several updrafts have combined. So watching that right now, let's take a look at thermodynamics, the 3 Cape. You can see continuing right along. You can see the boundary overlaid right here, actually. The deepest parts of the red. But yeah, definitely, and it moves southeast from here. So we'll see. Waiting on these storms to take off. I'm gonna turn the car around, actually. We're probably getting ready to leave anyways. So let's do this so you can see storm going up just onto my south here. It's a little bit more exciting than the shot I had. That's going up right there. So basically, as we look at all this today, let's go. I'm gonna take a look at our, this is like, I just use this as a shortcut. Yeah, still there, right there, barely. Tornadic tilting and stretching. Let's take a look at that. I love these indices. Yeah, still the same, looking similar. Trying to get 0 to 1 each eye. And then, just because I don't like looking at models, they confuse the brain, but let's just see what they do. Yeah, They produce a pretty big supercell right in this area. Can you see that? The cursor? Yep, right there. That'd be the one. I'm located right about here. So they're trying to form them in this area and then marching them east. Let's take a look at what it does with the updraft velocity. This was like spot on yesterday. Yeah, it has a pretty good one southeast of us too. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. It's a great question, Jimmy. You know, that's a complex question. Storms move northeast a lot of the times out east because it's the way the troughs eject these low pressure centers, these low pressure systems. You have the southwest winds aloft. Here, oftentimes when the storms are actually happening this far west, the jet stream has weakened considerably, and you usually get westerlies versus southwesterlies because of that, because it's happening later in the year. And because of that, these storms, when they turn right, will move east-southeast. So oftentimes on the high plains, they move east-southeast, but it's because the jet stream's weaker, and so it's not really, you're not getting that huge steering flow. The other benefit of that is that the storms move extremely slow, which is just makes for like dreamy chasing. That's why so many people swear by the high plains, because it's just amazing. It's amazing storm chasing as that happens. That was either that was probably Sasquatch that you were just looking at, or the mesoanalysis site. I also, if you are someone who doesn't want pro stuff, I recommend Climb here. This is Climb. I really like it as well because it gives you everything you would need. You can take a look here at the, you know, you got a severe thunderstorm watch. You can see that. You can see there's lightning within 8 miles of you. I mean, it's just really nice. This is something, you know, you don't need much more than this. You get a nice forecast for the day, forecast for the coming 10 days. So it's all there. I love that app too as well. So if you are looking for something pro level, you might try that out. Yeah, very well could start getting some lightning strikes out of this in the next little bit. But I also recommend Sasquatch. I did a whole video tutorials, like 30 minutes almost, on all the features in Sasquatch on the channel weeks ago, months ago. You know, oh, you're gonna be trouble today, aren't you? You are. You're gonna be trouble. Yep. I think we got our storm. It's this one we're looking at. You can see those look good. Those are the explosive growths we're looking for. I'm going to get southeast actually before, and east before this turns into a problem. other side. I'm north of these storms right now. This will be on the south side where you are looking. So you can see that updraft is starting to get a little hazy. That's because there's rain between me and that storm base right there. These things to the west, though, man, they just keep going up, rocketing up and moving northeast. I think they're crossing the boundary, though. We'll get east of everything now. Seems like the prudent move. Eventually, a storm's going to take off and become a big deal. Views from every corner of the chase today. Definitely, I think these are our storms, though. I think these will be the ones. Our 244, so that's 20Z. So yeah, I think these are the ones. I think these are our storms that will be taking off and will eventually do the tornado-y stuff. It took a bit longer than I thought. They were going up at 2 hours ago, actually, and then they just kind of took their sweet time. So we're going to get east of everything now. I'm going to be an optimist and say we're going to have this highway and it's going to be perfect. Oh, don't need to be recording that. Try. That was stupid. The completely water resistant but not waterproof camera on the roof, core punching in the most dangerous position possible. Take a bow. We are off to a good and running start. It's amazing. I don't know how I do it. Some days I wonder how I've lived as long as I have. I think everybody believes that and wonders it openly. Look down and I can't find it, and I'm like, oh, that's definitely not good. Oh, jeez. Scary. Let me tell you, there's gonna be storm chasers galore. It's gonna be traffic nightmare today, but that's okay. Everybody's allowed to storm chase, and I don't mind it. Just really stating a fact. Oh, God bless this highway. There. Got views of them all now. As we stop. If anybody wants to take a guess at what I'm looking for, you would be right. The 360 lens cover. Because I've never met a time when I didn't lose that thing. Now, where did I put it this time? I need to buy like 6 spares of these. There, it's not down there. Oh, there it is. Found it. Always in the last place you leave it, right? Or the place you throw it, in my case. All right. Get around. Just get this sign right beside me. There we go. It's not there yet. Goodness gracious, that was probably loud for everybody. It's loud for me. Beautiful afternoon here in New Mexico. That's the storm base. It's kind of ragged, and that's because they're not strengthening. A storm to our south down toward Roswell is certainly booming. So and this one right here to my left that you see right there, that one's also looking pretty salty. Storm top there at Vaughn looks good though. I don't know. It's hard to tell. This thing down here, though, that one looks pretty good. But we're up here waiting on something to try to go on this boundary. Let's see. Trying to, sorry about not talking too much right now. I'm actually trying to assess a couple of things. So I've got my thinking cap on. Perfect, yep. Instability maxima. That still looks good. Still looks good. Yeah, 500 millibar analysis. Yep, that's fine. Man, 500 millibar winds die quickly to the south. Man, Roswell storm's in 25. These will be in 40. I guess someone's parked behind me, aren't they? Yep. That's funny. I mean, it's pretty obvious that's why that's going on. Yeah, it's just one of these are gonna go. I'm like speeding through screens and meso-analysis right now. I apologize. I explained some of it earlier, just so you know. I talked through some of this, so. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna go into the back end of YouTube here and don't wanna, I got a weird thing about keeping stuff like that private. Okay. So basically right out there, out the window here, let me turn on the wipers. That's one storm going. You can see another one back here behind me. That one's also a storm. The space over the Toyota right there, and then also further to the right. Several little storms going. I will get you back to the screen. I'll show you a couple things on here. But I'm trying to get a post made. There we go. Now let me go into buffer, do the same thing. Now paste. Promise, I promise, I promise. There we go. Oh, There we go. I've done all the things. Now, all right. Now let me bring up the iPad. Let's look at Sasquatch. Let's try and, oh my gosh, I'm contributing to confusion. There we go. So I'm right here, and you can see off to my north here, that storm, there's several different pretty good towers off to my north. Those are them right there. There's a big storm down here near Roswell. It's going to go severe any second, but it's not along a boundary. I'll draw all that out in a second. And then you have these right here behind me. Oh my God, that probably scared everybody. It scared me. Right there behind me they're not looking as good on satellite. Here, I'm gonna actually, that was scary enough. I'm gonna do this really quick. So that's kind of what we're dealing with right now in terms of just like storm cells, looking at what might be the case. Looking at our 3 Cape right now, got some good low-level instability all through this corridor right here. So if you take a look here at radar, let me bring up just the full screen. You can see right here, we're kind of right here, right there. And we're looking at these for sure, because there's a boundary basically overlaid somewhere in here, Lee Trough right over here, and there's a boundary intersection in this whole general area. That's the boundary intersection. So you got storms that have been trying to go up. Ideally, one of these storms is going to take off. They're going to move northeast a little bit, then start dropping southeast. And in that case, you know, obviously we can chase it all the way. Nightmare scenario would be something like this. One of these storms to the south, going northeast and southeast, because you can't see a tornado right there. You'd have to go all the way down, all the way up, and then just 1 second, that's too many circles. Road haul, road haul, road haul. And that's New Mexico for you. So those are the situations. So you hope one of these up here go, because then you're going to be south of it at least, because there's actually a decent east-west highway. Down here, you actually have to go all the way down here to then back up if you want to be south of a storm here. That's literally 35 miles. Like, you would have to be, I mean, how far is that drive? I mean, it's a really long drive. It's 57 miles down, 44 up. I mean, that's a 2-hour round trip right there. So if a storm, one of these took off and did this number, I mean, good luck. I mean, that would be not great. And you have this one down here at Roswell. You saw that's taken off. But the reason why we're not interested in that one so much is because this boundary is overlaid right here. Lee Trough, it's overlaid right here along those mountains. This storm formed off of those mountains and is moving northeast. It's going to pose a threat for hail, but when you're looking for tornadoes, it's this boundary right in here. That's what we're looking for today. So, and the boundary may have drifted a slightly north. It may be more up here, which would be even better. So we're just going to kind of chill out and see what today can bring. Let me start auto switching again. You can get a view of every corner of the storms. So, I mean, definitely. Oh, the Roswell cell's really peaking up there. It's pretty good. Let me see what the fellow Titans are saying in the Titan chat. Oh my gosh, that stuff. Let's see. You know, we're still waiting on one of these storm towers to just take off and become a dominant force. Just make sure no one's coming. No one's coming, no one's coming, no one's coming over that hill. Right, giving it enough time. So I kind of want to be able to be looking at these. a little bit more interested, a little bit better. 1/4 Indy. There we go. Just go all the way off the road. So yeah. Yeah, you see this updraft tower here, it's pretty small still. He's in a bunch of small storm towers. This one to my northwest looks pretty robust though. They finally severe warned Roswell south of us. Yeah, it's got a good echo top on it. You need a lot of different ingredients for tornadoes. The first thing you need is a thunderstorm, and the second thing is a supercell. So for a thunderstorm, you need lift and instability. You need to get a thunderstorm to form. Those are the two things that you need for a thunderstorm. For a supercell, you need to add wind shear. And that wind shear would be turning of winds with height and also increasing winds with height. You need both of those. You need the winds to be turning from the south to southeast to the west southwest aloft. So like south southeast at the surface to the west southwest up in the higher parts of the atmosphere. So getting those two things, you get a supercell. Now for a tornado, you need the winds in the lowest levels to be very strong, much stronger. You need that contributes to the spin in the lower atmosphere, and in doing so, then you can get tornadoes are more likely. You need a little bit more of all those previous ingredients. You need a little bit more of the wind shear, especially in the lower levels. You need a little bit more of the instability, especially in the lower levels, and that all brings together a tornado. That's why you get a lot of supercells that don't produce tornadoes, because it's kind of like, think about it like thunderstorms, like two things you need. Supercell, you need three things, and then tornadoes, you kind of need the enhanced version of those three things. So it's kind of like a stair-step ladder up. That's the best way for me to put it. It could definitely be rotating. The wind shear today is definitely as such that I could see that being possible. The one I'm looking at, wait for it to rotate back around, but it's this one right here. That's the one I'm very casually, very interested in. Trying to, I don't know, just trying to chill out, figure stuff out. It's just gonna be one of those days. It's very slow to develop. I did not actually expect that, but here we are. Sitting on the side of the road. The only time that's acceptable, I think, in the world. It just keeps pushing back the start time of these things. It's definitely worrisome. It just keeps pushing back the start time. It's taking its sweet time. So yeah, we're just so now we're just in the part of the chase day that I call the patience time. It's patience period. You gotta wait. I mean, there's nothing else to do right now. You just have to. And storm chasing is definitely a way to teach you that. It teaches you patience very quickly. Eventually, there's going to be a supercell emerge out of all this. I really would love a turn off. Let me see if I can find like a little road out here somewhere. And go chill out down. 3 miles down the road. Allegedly, there's a T over there, little dirt road, and go chill out down. I don't feel as comfortable getting out of the car and walking around on a highway, no matter, even though it's not too busy. So I'd like to be able to get off the road a little bit and look around. Still just waiting on these storms to take off. It is just they're taking their sweet time. I cannot believe how long these things are taking. It's actually kind of surprising, honestly. I don't know if that's a good or a bad sign today in terms of like storms doing the tornado thing. Is there somebody sitting? Yeah, there's people sitting in the middle of the road up there. A motorcycle driver. Eventually one of these storms and allegedly they're going to go. Maybe we blue sky bus together. That would be an experience too, right? We all experience it together. I think I could safely say the boundary's to my north at this point. I think it's lifted north. So that's good. Say allegedly, that is what I mean. Allegedly, there is a turn off here. It's a closed gate, but that's okay. So eventually, the storms will be out that way. You can see one storm there on the left side, another one further back. Eventually, there will be a storm. Yeah, I think I want to put the wide angle on and give this a shot. But first, I want to do that. There's a lot of dust on my sensor, so cleaning it really quick. Oh, it's rumbling. Now, I had a lens cleaning solution. Where did we go? This might be sufficient to get that. There's one more piece of dust on there. Trying to be a perfectionist. There we go. Oh, no. Plastic would have been there for centuries. Glad I stopped it. All right. Alrighty, are you on? Let's turn you on. I was watching these go. Let's get those. There we go. Oh. There's one more piece to the puzzle. There we go. What about that, huh? Let's get the tripod out. Oh, what a mess. How in the heck has that happened? I'll fix that in a second after I get this camera back. Gonna get some HQ time-lapse material again. Towers exploding. And I guess we got to get the wires out of the shot too. That is, assuming that's working, I'm trying something new with the wireless video system out of necessity. But assuming that's working, that's a very wide shot. It is, let's see. It'll get there. I don't know if it's gonna work. This battery pack. I'll get it back. I tried. You're not staying on, are you? It's a really good idea, though. Nope, not yet. Gotta wait for them to pair. Maybe? No, not yet. Maybe I need to go turn it on. Oh my goodness. Having a moment here. Works now. The heck is this rain coming from? Haha, there it is. Finally. Ultra wide angle. A storm going up. Just have to be spare. Use the wireless video power sparingly today, which is fine. We'll be careful with it. That'll be a good time-lapse material. That's good stuff for Titan U material, educational material later on. There's not much going west of this, so it's either going to be something like this or the stuff you can see in the background further behind it is going to be the storms. If not, today is what we call Bastola. So it's got to be something in here pretty soon. It can't take much longer, or today is going to be a day that doesn't pan out. I do not see any further towers to my west at this point. This one here north is starting to really throw out a decent precip core and some good storm tops, and there's some more to my northeast. So eventually I think something right in here is going to take off, but it's just taking its sweet time. And you can see, break from the cloud for a second, so you can see the situation. I mean, we got that storm you're looking at is the one there northeast of Vaughan. That's the one you're looking at in that shot. One second. This one right here, that's the one you're looking at. So go back here. That's it. It's a little bitty thing. It's got some tall tops to it. Base is fine. Good solid updraft there. You see, so you know that hard cauliflower look means it's really taking off. I love that it's slanted over, means you got wind shear. And you can see already it's actually pulling up scud there into the base. See that? Those cloud materials being pulled up, that's a sign of a strong updraft too. I haven't seen that out of any of these today, so that might be another sign that this is a very healthy storm taking shape now. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to get a tornado today, it's got to come from something in this area. The environment otherwise is not very favorable for tornadoes, so it's got to come from this area. It's like the Roswell stuff is interesting to be sure, but I just don't think it's not what you're after out here. I was holding out hope maybe FDX was fixed. It never is fixed. So yeah, this one's got a few lightning strikes with it too, so. The last EF5 was more, actually. El Reno was an EF3 officially. El Reno 2013. El Reno 2011 was an EF5. And actually, as someone who saw both, El Reno 2011 was the stronger tornado. So, just so you know. Just visually, El Reno 2011 was just freaking scary. El Reno 2013 was just a big blob, and I don't know, never really. I actually left that. Funny, the El Reno chase day was like, I actually honestly thought, man, this day kind of sucked after I left it, because there was a ton of traffic, not just chaser traffic, like Oklahoma City decided to evacuate or something, which was a nightmare, but also like it just, I mean, the storm itself was super powerful, but I remember going, man, this was a very big hype day, and that tornado was big, but it was like really rain wrapped. It wasn't very photogenic, you know, just thinking all those things, and didn't know what was, didn't know what had transpired. But I remember my first reaction was, oh, that was pretty uneventful in a lot of ways, because I was just, you saw it, but I mean, we had a great view of it several times, but we were east and southeast of it the whole time. Watching it, knew it was turning right, then saw it turn left, and we were just like, all right, well, guess it's leaving us. So, because our plan that day, actually, that's almost on a boundary intersection as well, and our plan that day was actually, let's get this, we're going to get a quick tornado on this boundary intersection, and we're going to dive south on the dry line, because there's a big 10 hatch day risk all the way down the dry line that day. And that was our plan. We're going to go down the dry line, get a pretty dry line storm, because we knew the one on the boundary is going to be pretty ugly and pretty wet and erratic motions with the tornadoes, and we just didn't want to deal with that. And so we were going to bail south, and nothing went south. It was a very interesting day. Prettiest tornado I've seen, there's been several. I think 2021 had a couple of days that are really rank up there for me. One in Pumpkin Center, Colorado, was beautiful white tornado out in the middle of nowhere, and then there was also the Lockett tornadoes of 2021 that were really pretty. Those are both just really recent ones. There's been plenty. I've seen plenty. There was an amazing sunset one, May 21st, 2011, south of Ada. And then another one that same day with just the most epic storm structure. So, take a look. You can see radar. It's still trying to pulse up. And that's it right there. And it's back out to the camera you see in the distance there. So we're just following this. It's got a nice stair-step pattern to it. Beautiful convection happening. And the most powerful tornado I've seen, El Reno 2011 was up there. I only saw the beginning of it, but that was enough. Chickasha 2011 that same day. Katy 2011 or 2016. Kearney 2013. All those in Oklahoma. Those are all probably the most powerful tornadoes I've seen visually. All of them were just freaking scary, strong. There's like a next level of tornadoes that you just, like, you know it when you see it, and it's scary as heck to see. And just watching, waiting. chilling out. I'm just gonna go ahead and update the location bug because it's gonna be true anyway sooner or later. Cool. Okay, let's go in that time lapse. Well, that one's interesting to myself too. That's the worst case scenario if that one went. Another 10-minute time lapse. So probably didn't need to exist, but that's okay. So you got that one. And here you got another one forming to the south here. This one forming to the south actually is also very interesting. But yeah, I mean, you got these, you got some back there to the northwest. Something's got to take off soon, right? You'd think so. Something else I'm gonna do. There's a charging plate in here. It is. All right. That's not good. That's not what I'm looking for. It's like that. I'm working on something technical here, so everyone just bear with me. You are not the one. You are the one. Perfection. Trying to charge something really quick. Doing some careful balancing of power. Since I've left batteries at home, I should have never left at home. Here we go. Let that charge too. Put you in there. And I'll put you in there for now. So yeah, I mean, let me just turn the car. I mean, still watching. I mean, geez, Louise, right? Sooner or later, something's got to go. Oh, I better put the car in park before I take my foot off the brake, right? That makes sense. But yeah, this one's also petering out. Days keep pulsing up and pulsing down right here. see. Yeah, it's just another good. And towers remains strong. It did pulse down though. Actually casually interested. Did that storm split or something? I don't know. No, I don't think it did. It doesn't look like it. Good, okay. It's just a cluster of stuff. Alright, we're good. Whew. Thought that was a left split for a second. I would have came and ruined the party today. Yeah, these are still, I mean, taking a lot longer than expected. I will say that. We should have already had a storm today. I started streaming 2 hours ago because storms started firing 2 hours ago. So we've been doing this 2.5 hours. We've been doing this now for just kind of watching storms pulse up and then pulse down. That's really funny. I left my camera on the roof of the car. Storm down south wouldn't really affect these. It's far enough away. It shouldn't be a problem. Take that off. All right. See, this one's storm south. The storm is going up right there. That's trying very small updraft. Just see, it's very little, very thin right there. It's not very robust. I doubt that have this one still. Trying its best. But just I don't know. Just hasn't really gotten its act together. It's got, it keeps repeatedly pulsing up here on the backside and spreading out an end. You know, he's still got to the west. Wow, look at that. There's a tower back there with an actual road. Oh my goodness. Maybe that's the point. That would also signify. There's a bunch of towers back to the west still, and they're just continually trying back there. They started pulsing back up to the northwest, so. Yeah, it's just like these things will come eventually. I still believe. I mean, these are all slow day close. I have not seen a day like this not go. Still gonna happen. But we're just kind of waiting. Just a waiting game.
if you're a storm chaser, one of the benefits of this taking so long is that it is going to.
Make sure we're still. It's not doing so hot the picture, but yeah. Don't think that worked very well today. That time. Yeah, and here, I'll show you. Oh, no, I've been recording this whole time. That's okay. So you got these back here, and this is the one I was talking about. It's got a bit of a lowered area on it. To go further back this way. That one does too. Oh, right there. Yeah, sorry. So yeah. Anyways, I need to change this focus. 1 second. Focus drifted a little bit. Tighten that back up. And then we will look right back at it. And you can see that one. That one's really thin behind me to my south. That's a really thin updraft. So I doubt that one does good. Oh, I see what's wrong. I was connected to the wrong Wi-Fi network. Amazing, right? Yeah, that one's really thin. And then there's a couple more. I still do. I believe in my heart of hearts, it's coming out of this cluster to the west and northwest. Back from here, back, you know, back all this way. I still believe that's the spot. But it's just taking its sweet time to get there. So you take a look here. I mean, this radar. This just continued, same story, right? This hasn't changed much. Still a lot of storms trying to go up along this boundary intersection right through here, and nothing's taken off yet. Down here, that's the one to the south. And that's that one right there. You can see. So not very impressive. This one's. I can tell you that almost certainly. So that one's not going to be it. So I just think it's got to be out of this cluster here, which is everything you see there. It's got to be out of that. Because if it's not out of that, then you are just going to have some trouble today, I think. And so, you know, taking a look at satellite really quick. I mean, our low level instability just continues to pile up right here. It's looking good. Let's take the 3 cape off though. And you see that storm southeast of me down at Roswell, that little cluster. That's south of this boundary. It's going to be hard to get tornadoes down there today. It's not impossible. Very low chance though. Your tornado risk, if it's going to materialize, will be in this cluster right up here that we're watching. Stuff just continually bubbling up. It just has yet to take off. But eventually one is. And we're going to have a supercell. But yeah, I'm going to take a broad view. You can see just a lot of storms here on the lee side of the mountains, from Roswell down here to Carlsbad, West Texas down toward Fort Stockton, Pecos, that sort of thing. So, but tornado risk, it's up here. It's up here today. So we'll see. That's what we're looking at. You know, storms take. It depends on the day. Today, I thought it would have happened already. We've had explosive updraft towers here for quite a while, and I would have thought by now we would already be storm time. Like, I really did. I am really shocked that it's taken this long, but storms surprise you. They you know, weather doesn't follow any rules. It follows its own playbook. It's going to surprise you. It's going to do things you don't expect. That's literally the name of the game. That's what you sign up for when you come out here. And supercells, you know, usually you know pretty quick when a storm goes up if it's rotating or not. Like this one right here on the right, you can't see it anymore really on radar, but it had a nice bean shape to it. So it looks like a supercell taking shape, but just hasn't. So far we're in a failure to launch scenario. There is the GoPro. It is time to do another hit. Tell the story of the day. Well, if you look around me, there are just towers on every side. It's been like this for 2 hours, 2.5, 2 hours, something like that. You know, this one looked pretty good. Still look good out there. Like nothing is going though. It goes up, it goes down. It goes up, it goes down. I've yet to get a storm to actually mature past that stage right there. That is, so far I think, I'm not sure what is going on. Maybe it's some subsidence aloft, maybe it's a little bit of capping, something like that's happening to keep these storms from taking the next step into supercells. They go up, they look good for about 15 or 20 minutes, and they right down. So, let's see, I think honestly, the question of the day is, you know, can these actually do it? At this point, we're starting to get to that point where you start questioning if these storms can actually go, if this is actually going to happen or not. You start worrying about a bust at this point, seeing storms go up and down so much and not actually taking off. But eventually something's going to go, I think, and it'll probably be pretty spectacular when it does. It's just taking a while, so we'll stay patient. And that was a video that you'll see on the channel later. I call it a hit for YouTube, which is really funny because you're watching this on YouTube, but it's for our videos later on in the year too. Now see this one, I do not like it. Come on, stop. This one right here, still not looking, you know, it just went up, has not went. This one back here looks good, suddenly. But they just do that. They've been doing that for hours now. 3 hours now. They've been going up and they just decide they're done. It's really quite something. It's a great question. You know, honestly, right now I'm trying to figure that out. It might be that the air aloft is sinking a little bit, which can suppress storms from getting to the next level. It could be capping. There could be a bit of a cap. I don't think so, though. I mean, I didn't see a hint of a cap on anything this morning, so that would be a little bit surprising, honestly. Not unheard of, but it would be a little surprising. And you know, it's probably one of those two things. I'm having trouble thinking of another possibility. Not saying it doesn't exist, but you know, I think it very well could be, though, that where the upper levels are not quite where they need to be. Might be dealing with a little bit of a wave that moved through earlier, and the air's kind of sinking on this side just a little bit, just enough to keep these storms from maturing. I'm going to take a look at the mesl analysis really quick. Thermodynamics, actually, I think is where it's at. QT maps. Here, let's look at these together. You know, mesl analysis is showing no capping. I don't see any capping here. That's for sure. Nothing like that. So it looks pretty healthy, actually. And then you get over here to wind shear. Take a look at the hodograph map. I mean, same thing, looks Shear is going to be really good whenever you get to the point of need under mix layer. And yeah, I mean, it's all there. Look at this, 200, 0 to 3 kilometer cape. That is big time. One of these storms takes off. I'm telling you, we're going to get tornadoes. It's going to happen today, I think. But it's just a matter of getting one of them to take off at this point, because it's just not happening just yet. And you take a look over here. Let's go over to the 20Z HRRR and I'll show you. We'll see, you know, models continue to try to convex stuff, and it's just like we are now closing in on 22Z. It says there should be a supercell. It's been doing this. It's been the next hour for hours now. And it produces a supercell right here, and it just keeps doing it. And it just doesn't, it keeps not happening. So I don't know. I think, you know, models are imperfect. You gotta try, you gotta first off approach them as if they're liars, which is important. But if you do get a storm and it's rotating like that in the low levels, that's a few tornadoes out of that. So that's why we're not giving up today, because when one of these, I think when one of these goes, it'll be a big deal. It just takes a little while sometimes. Sometimes storms get performance anxiety, and it's okay. Yeah, you can see here, still this stuff southeast toward Roswell, severe warns. Let's actually see what that warning's for. Warning is for ping pong ball size hail. And yeah, you can see these here. I'll take a look. Echo tops continually look good. There's one that looks really good north of me now along I-40. I'm tempted to move back north. I might do that actually. Maybe we'll do that just for a change of scenery, huh? If nothing else, if it's all in reach, but maybe get up there just in case that one decides to take off on us. Thanks, Randy. We're gonna see what happens. I'm casually interested in this myself. Yeah, let's just go. Let's go for it. Let's go up north. At least we'll get a change of view, a change of venue, so to speak, on today's action. It's not going to happen south of us. I think this boundary is definitely lifted north. There's always the danger of going too far north, but we'll see. There's just no real good answers right now, unfortunately. There just isn't. There's no good way to answer this, because it just seems like no matter what you do, storms are being very uncooperative today. Just not launching like they should be. Over 56 and Santa Rosa, so the boundary is somewhere between here and there. be a gigantic mistake by the end of the day, but I'm ignoring the stuff down northeast of Roswell. The reason for that is I'm not a huge fan of that. Everything on mesoanalysis says that's not the place to be. I would rather bust in a place that has potential, especially today, than see a storm in a place that doesn't have that same potential. And the atmosphere does that dramatically between here and there. Only over about 50 miles. That's how big of a difference there is. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna go. I think the boundary's now lifted well north of this highway, so we're just gonna go well north for a bit, and we might pull a big circle between here and Santa Rosa. Go up Santa Rosa and then back down to Fort Sumter. Who knows? We're gonna find out together. Up there and see. My gut says that the towers on satellite look really good up there, so it could be time, but I keep saying that, I keep hoping it's true, and it keeps not being true, so, you know. The slanting of all these towers, though, they are slanted over pretty good, which indicates you got some good wind shear. There's some good tilting. That means the winds are increasing with high to loft pretty good. It's only happened a few times, but I can't think of many times where you were expecting storms and you got towers that looked like this and you didn't get storms. I mean, that's pretty rare. It'd actually be a pretty rare thing. It's something worth looking into in the future, but it's education if we ended up not getting anything. But yeah, I just think that it's very interesting so far that these storms haven't gone. And my suspicion is there's an upper level thing happening here, like some upper air sinking in the upper levels or something like that might be what's playing out right now. Interesting that these things keep going up in this same area, rocketing up and not going. They're just like going absolutely nuts and not taking that next level. They just get up and they go down. It's quite fascinating at this point. I'm gonna go get underneath these and see if I can figure this out. The boundary has clearly been sliding north just a hair all afternoon. Yeah, I mean, the stuff to the north is really good, I think, on satellite. That's the thing. It's like, we can't be too far from, like, Supercell time. We really can't. But I've been saying that for 2 hours. So I don't know. Today's a day where you know, no matter who you are, PhD, bachelor, no degree whatsoever, enthusiast, amateur, you realize you don't know a dang thing about the weather sometimes, and that's how I feel right now. Like, I have this channel. We do a lot of education on it. You should subscribe, by the way. We do a lot of education on it. We talk weather all the time. We teach about it. Anytime I learn something new, I have to make a video about it. And yeah, the imposter syndrome sits in really fast when you're looking at an atmosphere like this going, wow, why are we not getting robust storms right now? This one and see what it's doing. It just feels like these are, I mean, we're missing something, and I really do think it's the upper levels right now. It's the only thing that makes sense, because these towers are not showing any signs really of having a lot of capping issues. Maybe a little bit. Could be dealing with some dry air entrainment, which is these updrafts sucking in dry air because they're right on the lee trough and dry line. So that could be a possibility that they're sucking in some dry air, which is keeping them from really getting robust. But I'm not sure. Up there like that, and it's like they collapse in on themselves. This little area. Oh, it's not ideal. one with top spiking up to 50,000 feet now, finally, to my north, which would be off to the left a little bit. So maybe... It's 21, 22, it's 22Z. Okay. What the hell? You know, I've had really good luck this year, so maybe today's finally the day. Maybe the day's the day. Where it just doesn't work out. Here just keep developing like little lowerings as they go up, which is always always something you want to look for on a day like today. Office is not running today. Good. Perfect. Love it. Stuff like that happens. Yeah, as great as models were yesterday, I think they're having the same trouble today. They're having big problems today. Else, it's pretty, right? Nothing else. Looks like these are finally trying to take off. We'll see. right into this one. See another updraft underneath and right of this one, so maybe, just maybe, those will be the ones. Tails or anything like that. These things are still just trying to figure out who they want to be in life. Just trying to figure out who they want to be in life. Further east looks pretty good, actually. right am I doing this? Not worried about that. Oh, to my right. No. Right here to my right, fortunately they're east of me, but New Mexico roads force me into making decisions that I don't like. Would never make in a million years otherwise. That one does look good to my right. The most storm thing now that we've enjoyed that drive to the storm. Get some sprinkles. Let's go back this way. Go east. We're just gonna take a better route this way. But see, look how this tower here developed a little bit of a lowering. What's going on? Having catastrophic failure going on right now. I'm noticing as these towers go up, they're pulling in a lot of scud underneath them like that. I mean, they just keep doing that. I don't know. It feels like that's a sign. Eventually, things decide to take off. Might be taking off slightly to my east right now, so I'm gonna go get east and just see what happens. this one we're gonna have to watch. It's good wide base. I love the bow shape to it. So this one might have a chance to also take off. A lot of these are trying really hard. Sucking in that air. Going up, and you can just see it just got a nice lowered area underneath it. It's gold in the bottom. It's very, I mean, that's fairly substantial amount of just drawing in of that air in the low level. It's just very substantial. It's not typical. I mean, that's just not typical of towers when they go up. One storm's gone up about 10 miles to my east now. Looks pretty good. This one also is starting to pulse up really rapidly. Oh, you see right here in the screen. I hate these scenarios where there's multiple storms going up at once. Man, that thing just... continually looking interesting. Right there. It's a nice lowered area underneath this. It's a developing storm right now too. This portends big things when these finally take off, I think. Might be close at this point, because I think the one to my east also has high tops, and this one does too. So I think it might be time finally for the 60th time today. It might be time. Stuff back behind me also. Just stuff trying to go in every direction right now, except far south. Interesting look. If these could just mature, it would be a big deal. I'll say I've tried to hang out in this spot as long as I can, though, but where these two boundaries fully merge, but I think it's time to just get east. So I've tried to wait because you never know. You could get a wild tornado, a non-supercell tornado on one of these that doesn't need a mesocyclone. It forms more like a water spout. Just the spin in the atmosphere, that extreme tilting and stretching as the air is drawn upwards. But I think it's time to just move east, which I say with some reluctance. Journey. hopefully that fixed it. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I use a really cool production box. It's really incredible technology. Pretty sure I might be the only storm chaser using it right now because it's very new. I kind of took a risk on it. Brand new company, and it's worked out really well, but there are some weird things like that. Like every now and then the program audio channel mutes, and I do not know why. I don't know why it happens, but it does. It's just very interesting. I've got a special weather statement on our friend just to the east. This one behind us too. The tops are spiking up. The base you saw. You're about to get a really good view of it as we turn back here, but as you can see, I can tell you clearly there won't be a storm forming to the south of these. Like, it's not happening. So that's good, right? You know that whenever something in this cluster back there goes, it's going to be isolated, it's going to be big time. So that's the good news. The bad news, it hasn't happened yet. And if this time doesn't do it, I'm going to probably lose confidence fully. I'm going to start expecting a bust. Because there's also, this is also looks like it is truly the final push on this boundary right now. There's not anything really far west of these either. There was like some baby Q before that got a little bigger and has turned into this push, but it's just there's not really even that now. So I don't know. We'll find out together. Storms pulsing up now. Got a special weather statement on the one. They're south and east of Santa Rosa. So, and they look okay. They're not amazing just yet, but they look okay. They all look okay. Just several little towers here. They all look good. They actually look better than the ones we've seen so far. So here, let's set the view. I mean, you can see those look more substantial than we've had, I think, in my opinion at least. Is that these are probably taken off and you're going to get a couple of supercells out of this finally. Both of these look like they're on another level than we've seen so far today. And this one's only like 25 miles out there. That's not far, so it looks farther than it is, I think. That's not actually very far. I can see underneath it, so it's not... base we saw earlier is also, I mean, God, that tower just looks amazing. Right here, right off of me. Yeah, you can see those are... Might finally be game time. Looks like we finally got storms are trying to go. These still look like they're on a different level finally. They've reached that like level above where they've been. You can take a look out here outside the window. You can see that. So I think that honestly, like, we got a couple of storms developing now. We got two definitely taking shape. I'm gonna probably tend toward the eastern one to start. Just because I think that the eastern one will probably be dealing with the freshest there. The western one could get, if the eastern one gets all tornado-y and starts pushing out the RFD, it's going to start, it's going to mess with the western one a bit. So we're going to go to the eastern one. It's only 20 miles east of us, and that's what we're going to try to do. That's where we're headed right now. So, but look at that. Those bases look really promising. Really promising. this one, east one there is going to be severe warning soon. This west one looks, actually, in terms of the tower, the western one looks more impressive to me. Just for the record, the western one looks more impressive right now, but the eastern one is more impressive on radar, but there's also a collection of updrafts there. You can see it here. There looks like there's a couple still there, so it's still dealing with some of that. But the one to the west, I can't show you because I'm driving, but it just looks impressive. Has a nice stair-step look to it, so we'll see. It's probably, you can see it's already got the bean shape to it a little bit too. It's getting that as well, both of them are. So anytime you see the bean shape early on, you know it's rotating. It means it's cyclonic. This western one though has what I would classify as a wall cloud already. Alright, I don't need to look at echo tops anymore. It's pretty clear what we've got going on. It's happening finally, so let's go switch over to that, which is not going to be helpful because it's looking 30,000 feet into the storm. Yeah, I would classify that as an actual wall cloud on the western one right now. I can't see the base of the eastern one right now. It looks like got some haze now. Seeing it earlier pretty well, but that southern one of the eastern cluster there's like west, middle, east. The southern one of the eastern cluster is going to be the one to look at, and that's the one you're seeing right here take shape. Wow, big lightning strike actually just now. Big positive volt. So there's the middle one. So we're going to have to watch them all. Good news is these aren't going to move fast, so I mean there's no like worry about it like taking off and leaving me or anything like that. That's not going to happen, but like I said, now this thing's only about 15 miles away, so it's not something I'm extremely concerned about. Severe warned. $50 size hail in that right one there. Nothing to the right, clear blue skies. You were seeing it earlier while I was driving a little bit south. It's just clear blue skies. This one over here off my left shoulder is the one that's the western one. Looks impressive. We'll see which one of those ones on the east can take over, if any. Western one's developing some back shear to the anvil, so that's a positive sign of storm strength as well. Take a look at that bubbling. Yeah, that's the severe warned one right there you're looking at. Just zoomed in on the tower. You can watch it bubble for a bit until we get underneath the base here. It might take a little bit. We're not going to get underneath the base anytime soon. These things are off in a road hole and they're going to go move in. They're in one road hole, they're going to cross the road and move into another road hole. So it's just going to be what it is. We can only hope to be southeast of these things. You can see the western one there, westernmost one, pulsed down on radar. Not sure if it's what's going on with it. Looks great visually, so we'll see what happens there. Going to turn right. Right now the initial motion on that warning is northeast at 30. Storm of the day is going to turn right and it's going to move about 10 to 15 miles an hour to the east. So whenever one does that, I'm not worried about it because when it happens, it's going to be pretty easy to get to. Actually, it's a really cool view, so I'm gonna do the smart thing here. Put the 360 camera on for about 10 minutes. Because we can do that. Experience. Try to get that to work. Okay, home to the west has a weird look. Thankfully, that's going to make this next step easy. Suddenly realizing it's an ice cube in my car, too. Of the northern storm, says Supercell for that one. This one very impressive, actually. That's more like what it looks like in person. It's just a super wide view. So I'll give you that so you can actually feel like you're experiencing it with me. But that's kind of what it looks like in person. That's more of it. You can zoom way out, super wide, you know. So, but that's more of the in-person view right there. And you can look back here to the west. You're starting to see that western storm come into view. You see nothing, blue skies to the south, just nothing but blue skies, nothing trying to go. So this is it. This one or the western one. The western one I think isn't going to make it. I think the eastern ones are the one. The western, but I'm going to keep an eye on it just in case. Easy to get back west, a lot harder to get east, so that's why we're going to spend the next 30 minutes driving. An amazing record-breaking road haul. See a southern one now. You see that's the one taking over. That's the updraft you see of the eastern rightmost cells. The southern one is what you're looking at, the bottom one, and that's what you're looking at right there. That's it, though. I can tell you this, though. The good news is we are getting a storm today. I can guarantee that. That is now 100% guaranteed we get a supercell. Closing in on this thing rapidly. You can actually see on the right side there, you can see a little bit of the flanking line taking shape. Just a very classic, goodness gracious, that's classic looking supercell from a distance of about 20 miles right now. So we're not far from it. It feels like it, but we're actually really close. I mean, it's really easy to make up this ground, so I'm, you know, hardly bothered by that. And the good news is, where this is forming, it's going to move into a good location for roads. A lot better than if it were forming back to the west. So as they say, in Uzbekistan, the chase is on. Had someone on from Uzbekistan earlier. It does look like it's trying to develop a wall cloud as well already. Starting off pretty fast, which I kind of expected today. Fast starting was kind of the default. it's struggling, all kinds of struggling. That one, you can just see there's another tower like ahead of it, this actual storm tower. It just looks not good right now. Very smooth, tells you there's problems there. This one, on the other hand, not many problems with it. So we're gonna have a big, mean, isolated supercell. Expect this thing to turn right. It says, the warning text says northeast at 30. This thing's gonna be moving east at 10 or 15 soon enough. It's like a nuclear explosion right there, isn't it? It's the one, though. It's taking over. It's going to become dominant soon. Southern one's just taken over, which is that one you're looking at. To the west or at the struggling storm. Let's see. It's just the one to the left of that. Just not doing too hot. I think this one's taking over the environment. That's what happens oftentimes, is a storm will just absolutely dominate its local environment. You can see, as I zoom out here, you can see just that line of clouds. It's blinking lines coming into the backside of this storm, where the towers will build. It's going to rotate. It's just really fascinating dynamics. About to be a lot closer to this thing. This highway we're on actually takes a jog northeast, and that'll get us right on it. We're probably going to continue east out of Fort Sumner, though, because there's a lot of roads out there east of Fort Sumner. There'll be a lot more roads up there toward like House and Grady. There's just a ton of more roads out there, so that's where we're going to be heading shortly. I'll feel happier when I can see underneath the base fully. I can see with the naked eye a couple of details. Looks like there's a slight bit of a lowering. See the hail core off, shunted off to the left. Obviously, it all looks like a well-developed supercell now. Big back shear anvil on it. Zoom out so you can see that, how that cloud extends back. It's the cloud, this storm top is so powerful, it's pushing air backwards against itself. So it's pushing that water vapor backwards, which is just a sign of an absolutely powerful storm. Looks like our western one is pulsing back up, so it's not done yet either. You see it back there. Absolutely big time storm developing now. See that one back there, those to the west, not to be discounted fully. Now got it. Location bugs on it. Let's readjust that radar again. That's pretty funny. There. Now you can see it. One to the west also starting to really pulse up. Look back there, you can see it. In this situation, though, on boundary riders, I think I want to be on the front one, at least initially. You can always get back to the back one. In fact, it'll be a lot easier to get back to the back one just to get to the front one. Northeast for now, east-northeast. Like 15 miles due south. So it's not like I'm out of reach. We'll get there. That's what I get for playing two options too late. Back one's actually trying to form a wall cloud too. I can see it. I can't zoom in remotely. Maybe that's the thing. Need to find some funding somewhere to afford some remote control cameras. Yeah, there's a gigantic lowering on this thing. Giant lowering. Slide you down, Mike. I just mic'd up a little bit better. We're gonna get a great view of this soon. I hate trying to play too many options at once. I mean, it's fine. I think it's all gonna work out. I mean, it really is. It's all gonna work out. It's gonna be fine. But it's just one of those things where you just sit around and you wonder maybe you should have just been a little bit more aggressive on the more impressive looking thing. But you know, it's okay. Whatever. Back to our west, still pulsing up. You can see new update here. Just a very dominant supercell, really starting to take shape. Big lowering underneath it. You can't really see it from this vantage point. I can see it with my naked eye pretty well. Yeah, you can't really see it. It's a little lighter area underneath it. If you can make that out, that's the lowering. Guess I better not speed through this town. Yeah, it's just one of those things. We're playing a couple of different options. Here's where the road starts turning north, so we're going to gain miles on this rapidly now. It feels like the road didn't do us any favors earlier, but it's now going to start doing us a lot of favors. It's also doing you a favor by being able to see more of this storm for a brief bit again. I just don't know if you can see that lowering like I can. I mean, it's just, God, it's big. Big lowering. It's going, see how a thing where you know if the storm turns right, a way to tell is when you see the storm start leaving the warning box off of the right side, bottom right of the warning box like that, you know it's turned right. Like that's the clearest sign ever that you've had a right turn, is when something like that happens. Kind of see it now. Big lowering underneath it. I can tell you with confidence this thing is a tornado producer. I mean, you don't need to see much more than that. This shot right here is enough to tell for me. No, it's a tornado producer. The one to the west has a giant wall cloud as well. My God. This far left storm there has a giant wall cloud underneath it too. And we're picking up, we're gaining on this thing rapidly now. Gonna be right underneath it soon. You see the lowering underneath it. Yeah, storm to the west is a big wall cloud. Have to watch that one as well. Want to have a couple of tornado producing storms on our hand. We're getting in position quickly. To this thing, we're going to keep going east. We're going to get southeast of this thing. I think I'm going to get east of Fort Sumner. I could go north if I wanted to, but I think I'm going to play the long game here. If this thing is going to produce a tornado, it's going to produce multiple tornadoes. So we may have a distant view of the first one, but all the rest will be pretty close too. This is just unbelievable looking. That is a Supercell. It even looks super. Yeah, just big, lots of lowered areas underneath it. One to the west, big wall cloud as well. Two Supercells looks like has developed. Big wall cloud west, big wall cloud north. Western one's interesting. It looks terrible on radar, which might be because there isn't a radar close to these. Let me say this. If you're watching this, you're watching storms on radar too today, unless FDX has miraculously gone up, which would be amazing if so, but if FDX is down, the closest radar is going to be looking about 25 to 30,000 feet up. You're not going to be able to tell low-level features at all with the storm. You're going to be able to tell if it's rotating up toward the top, but you will not be able to tell if it's rotating at the bottom on radar today. horizontal because the Earth curves and radar beams do not. So they just go straight. And when you are, 100 miles away from the radar, which is the case today or more, it's actually like 200, you're going to be looking like 30,000 feet up into the storm. So very imperfect when a radar goes down and you have that. So that's why people like me are important on days like today, because storm chasers are the first warning sign, or they give the first warning on days like today. They definitely give a good, definitely going to be the best way. You can see the east one still looks the strongest by far. Now we're going to lose visual of this storm. You might get to see the back one again. Yeah, you can see the back one. You can't see underneath it because we're far enough away from it now, but what's on the road up here? Oh my God. All right. That's our storm. There, adjusted it even further. Any further and you're going to be looking at me the whole time, which not as interesting as the storms. Looks like our lowering, can't see it now. The chase too, where it's just like we're in that horrible middle zone. I'm not close enough that I don't want to stop by any stretch. I think I want to get several miles further east at this point. But we're also just like, yeah. And it's the worst possible location for this storm, right out the left side of the window right now. So it's hard for you to see it. Maybe this little curve here will help a little bit. I know, that dang bird scared the heck out of me. I'll tell you what, it's going to be awesome though. I have the 360 camera on the roof. That's probably going to be pretty cool to see that bird take off and just like barely miss it. It probably just barely missed the camera too, and it was a buzzard too, by the way. It's a turkey vulture. Almost certainly. Yeah, bird. That's going to be really cool to see a narrow miss of the bird. I guarantee you I'll post that as a short, and it'll be the most viral thing I post all year, just because that'll be it. Post a YouTube short with that, and then it'll go viral. Taking a look at this thing on radar. See, it looks pretty powerful. They've adjusted the warning polygon to it. Still trying to, in the bottom right, so it's still turning right pretty hard. I'm trying to decide if this is the area to watch here on my left. If so, we've got an amazingly easy, beautiful view, or if that's like the RFT gust front. It's hard to tell. So I think there's a lowering further to the right that I don't have a good visual on. Your eyes play tricks sometimes. I'm just going to zoom all the way out. It's imperfect, but you see on the bottom left there, I'm trying to decide if that's the RFD gust front or if that's like the wall cloud area. Because I think the wall cloud area is going to be further to the right, where there's not as much contrast because of the rain. And further to the right, meaning right where my door frame is, or the car frame. But if not, we got a great view of the wall cloud, so pressure's off, right? lot of rising motion there, but it looks like it would probably be where the gust front would be, RFD gust front on the edge of this thing. Bet the wall cloud's further right. But we'll see. Great spot right here. Seven miles. 7 miles until I will be happy. We're gonna go further than that, but 7 miles until I'm happy. Yeah, it's acting like the RFD gust front, the back end of the storm. Flanking line even. A little bit of all that. I doubt the RFD is actually, I'm probably misspeaking. I don't think the RFD is probably doing anything right now. It's probably just a flanking line area. In terms of supercells and drawing them up in a textbook manner, I don't think you could get any better than this one. Yeah, there's definitely the wall clouds to the right of that area we were looking at earlier. It's coming further and further into view. You'll see it really soon as the contrast rapidly improved. It does look like the RFD, the white area there, your losing visual of that, darn. It does look like there is a bit of an RFD push coming around maybe finally. So, I think you might start getting even at this range, might start getting a hook on it. Oh wow. That opened up into a valley. That's Fort Sumner right there. Wow, big wall cloud actually. About to be in good position. I should look before I get here. I don't need to see this anymore. And you. And is there a road? Please, sir, may I have a road that goes east? I do not. That I can trust. Yeah, I don't trust that at all. So we're just gonna have to go, we're gonna go east out of Fort Sumner to Taiban, I guess. That's where we're gonna turn north. We'll probably stop before then, because that's another 19 miles. So if this thing's not moving fast, we could possibly... Let's not do that. I don't want to get behind. If this thing drops a tornado, it's going to drop multiple. I still stand by that. All right. We're just getting to the point you can't see anything. Promise you'll get a view in a second. Better view. That's what it looks like on radar. It's going to go out the right side of the warning box. Says it's got to be larger hail than $half by now. Ping pong ball. And looking back to the west, you can't really see it now. There's those clouds in the way. But there's another supercell back there taking shape. Had a big wall cloud on it when we could see it last. So got two supercells here, both with big wall clouds. We're gonna go into Fort Sumner here, get east, and then try to find a good north option. We could go north here, but it's just, we're gonna be playing behind, and if this thing's not imminent on a tornado, let me check with Brett. If it's not, I'm just gonna go east. Yeah, yellow box is severe warning for hail. All right, this is ridiculous. Why are we going 10 miles an hour down the freaking road right now? See, there's not much to see, unfortunately, right now. That's why I got it on the radar view just briefly while we try to figure this out. Here's the deal. I'm trying to figure out, man, I don't know. Right, so we're good there. It doesn't have the wrapped up tornado-y look just yet. Big wall cloud on it that you can see as we drive through town here. I'm gonna have to. I have a couple of different options. I could go north here and be really aggressive, but I'm not sure if it's not close to producing a tornado. I kind of prefer getting east and having a bit more relaxed chase because we're going to be hurrying up the whole time otherwise. And like I said, I think if this produces one tornado, especially now, it's going to produce multiple. So we would have a really good opportunity, I think, to be able to chase this thing. Way through here. A couple of storms here, one there, one back to the west. Gotta get through town. Nothing we can do right now except just get in a better position. I'm not too worried about it. Brett told me it's not close to tornadoing, so that's why we're going to move east and get away well ahead of this so we can kind of have a more relaxed chase, be a little bit more tactical about it just in case it, so when it does ramp up, if it does, we'll be in better position. See it right there. Just gonna go east here a few miles at least. I'd actually like to get a time lapse of this tower and this storm Storm tower. Excuse me, I'm eating. I have to eat something. I mean, the roads are bad here, but the other thing that's bad is there's just no food options. So I always pack food when I'm chasing this area. So I had to stop for a second, get in the back, and get something to eat. When Brett told me that it wasn't close to tornadoing, I knew I had a little bit of time. So one of the benefits of having a storm chase team, you can do that for each other, which we do all the time. If we're trying to make tactical decisions, we will lend a hand. In that case, I was curious if I needed to go north there immediately because it was going to tornado, or if I could go south or go east. And I was able to go. So now, as this thing moves closer to us, we're going to be able to get a really good shot of that tower right there. Rotating, stuff forming underneath it. It's going to be lovely. Give it about 5 more miles before we start. Yeah, that'd be nice. Need a production manager, so I don't have to worry about that. Still got a rock and wall cloud on it. We'll see. Back to risk it for the biscuit here. Find out what happens. Back behind us. There's my carbs with some fiber. Let's feel the protein now. It's important. Not a great balanced meal, but it's a meal. Almost no fat though, which is important for me right now. Storm right there. right now. Heat. This is the best worst part about New Mexico. I run into out here, especially here, is that there just hasn't been a food option all day. There's a convenience store, but I'm trying to eat a little healthier than that. Good Lord, you know, this thing's turning hard right now. Completely out of the warning box. Miles, and we're going to get a really good view of it again. Contrast will rapidly improve. Nothing to look at now. Once we can get underneath this anvil shadow. The minute we do, we're going to stop. Left turn, finally. We're going to get underneath the anvil shadow, and it's going to be time. Just got to get there. Got to get under the storm shadow. Stuff's flying. Probably got about 5-6 miles before we can see anything. At least we're going to finally get there quick. That's it out there. Isn't that a beautiful view? But a lot of detail. You see so much. There's milk. A little bit more milk. Gets bright, then a little darker. It's award-winning storm chasing content. We strive for perfection around here. Trying to get all my navigational options set up now. So, because we gotta get there. Oh boy, this is gonna make a mess of my head. Woo! Big dip. Fun stuff. Let's do this. Oh. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are you doing? It's a hill. What are you doing stopping right over a freaking hill? Forcing everybody into a horrible situation. My God. That's like the most irresponsible thing I've ever seen. Literally stopping and forcing people to pass you right at the crest of a hill. Horrific. Like, listen, I mean, like, you can storm. Everyone has the ability to storm chase, but don't do stupid stuff. My God, that is like next level stupid. You are asking for an accident. Like, I don't care what you're doing. There is no need to be parked in a road right below the crest of a hill. Oh, it's horrible. Like, I truly do not care, like, what the situation there was. There's no excuse for that. Absolutely no excuse. Unless your engine failed and your car just shuddered to a stop. It's like, that's not right. You can't be doing that. Right. See the updraft of the storm. Let's get back to chasing. That rock hard updraft there. It's going to be really cool to see once we get we're going to get underneath the shadow here in another mile or so. I can see a lot of shadow ahead of us, so that's good. Let's get back over. Sorry, old country kid habits coming out. Not driving on the edge of the road unless you're in a blind spot. That's very much a product of growing up where I grew up. There you go, look at that. Massive storm. A couple more miles here, and I promise you we're gonna stop. Been waiting to get this view for a good hot minute. Yeah, it's just like, It's right over here. It's right over here. We're going to get behind it. We're going to get in the shadow. It just takes forever. There's a nice lightning strike. I don't know if you caught that. The tornado was cool yesterday for sure. We'll see what's going on underneath this when we get... I see a big wall cloud, but I can't tell what's going on underneath that wall cloud right now. So, who knows? We may be rolling up on a tornado. Wouldn't be the first time. Won't be the last. There we are. Finally, the storm shadow. It's happening. We're getting in the shadow. It means you can see it. There we go. Yeah, big, big, big wall cloud. Lots of outflow too. That looks very outflowy. My gosh. Could be getting overwhelmed by outflow right now. Could be the case. Wall cloud's low. I'm gonna get up here another couple miles, it looks like. Our visuals are rapidly improving. I want to get up a little bit further. Do I got the wide on? Yes, I got the wide angle on. Good deal. Oh my gosh. Contrast as much as possible so I can see underneath it. This thing looks pretty disorganized right now, but has turned hard right though. Yeah, big, big, big wall cloud. Alright, now we can start looking for a spot to pull off. We're within 3 miles? Okay. Next mile or two, we're going to pull off. Now I'm trying to get to the point where I can see there's like a persistent ridge line here to the west. You can see it. So I'm trying to get to a point I can get over that so I can actually see what's going on underneath it. Is that a funnel? Probably. Beaver tail there, straight ahead. Be flowing into that updraft. Oh, dang, that was perfect. That was a really good spot to stop. Big lightning bolts out of this thing now. Yeah, hopefully all the rest of the chasers don't decide to like park right over a hill, you know. It'd be great. As long as we don't do that. The rest of the chasers don't have suicide pacts like that. Wow, big, big, big big time lightning. All right. Here, now I can look. I think in here it's going to happen. I can feel it. It's going to be a place to pull off. This ridge is a bummer, but I don't think there's any way around it. I just don't want to stop when I can't see underneath this storm. Oh my gosh. I don't think it's going to get any better. Just kind of looking to see if there's a road to the west I can kind of nudge up on, because this is bad. Can't see a thing. I'm not a fan of seeing not seeing the bottom 1/8 of the storm where the tornado would actually happen. That is not a conducive environment for productivity. Can't see underneath that thing right now. Because there's probably not a 2-mile wide wedge on the ground right now. I can, it feels like a pretty decent. Looks like the terrain goes uphill here in a second, so we're going to try that. This helps. Looks like this goes uphill a pretty decent bit. Might be just what the doctor ordered. I would never stop on that road with that bridge right there. You just can't see anything underneath this storm. Be the worst outcome of all. So let's get out here. Let's get further east of it. Some awesome lightning coming out of this. I don't know if y'all are, I hope you're seeing it. Some awesome lightning coming out of this thing. All right, we may be starting to get to the point where we can get a view of this underneath it. I keep saying I'm going to stop, but this is where my perfectionist brain does come out. I'm not going to stop if I can't see underneath this thing. This thing could produce a tornado and you wouldn't know. It'd just be sitting there like it's like a goofy head. Oh, I guess it might be. I don't know. I guess it did. I had a great view of the top of the wall cloud, Looked good. Top of that wall cloud was an all-timer, if you ask me. I am going to for sure stop either way, but here, as soon as I see I'm topping the hill, I'm going to stop regardless. It might just be a situation where the cloud base is so low, there's no help in it. we'll all look at the top of the wall cloud together, and we're just going to paint a picture in our heads about what's actually going on underneath it. How's that sound? I think that sounds great. See, look! A beautiful view of the top of the wall cloud. Right there. Yeah, a couple. You know, it could be doing something. I don't know. I'm gonna get a time lapse here though, because I need to get something. I'm just sitting here driving around like a loon, which is okay too. In 17 countries, it's allowed. Including this one. Okay, I'm gonna do a time lapse for about 2 or 3 minutes here. If nothing else, this is good material to educate on why you should not stop with a hill, a ridge line between you and the bottom of the dang storm. Yeah, great. See a big old wide view there. It's a reasonably impressive storm at this distance. I mean, hopefully this thing will... I mean, we're in a good spot here. We can just kind of wait on it and wait it out. I guess. I say that with great reluctance in my head. I don't like it. I'm gonna look really quick. God, I'm just scared to death. This is it's moving southeast. It's amazing to see. Oh, this thing's moving southeast, so I'm actually going to have to hustle up here, but you can see back up in there. It's, you know, big lowered area. I can see a lot of motion on the right side of that. It's just unfortunate there's a massive ridgeline we could not get rid of, so we're just going to have to try our best here to pretend like we're having fun while we look at this. This will be a great educational material. Like I said, if nothing else, I can use this as in our spotter guide on why this isn't a 3-mile wide wedge tornado and you shouldn't report it as such. So I'm looking at the positive. We're getting good educational material here, and just like, you know, a lot of great storm structure stuff to be taught here too. Look at that big inflow tail on the right. That's air on the from the forward flank downdraft being sucked right into this updraft. It's that interface line. You have the updraft itself, nice and structured, not very smooth. That's a sign of low-level instability. Same here. Look at that. Look, there's a tail of clouds on the bottom left of that area coming in. So it's sucking air in from every direction. So yeah, we'll just wait it out. This thing's moving from right to left though, definitely moving southeast. hoodie on now. Here, switch back to the wide view and you can see just the whole storm. It's powerful. This hill was uphill both ways. I don't mean that as a joke, it just felt like it. Yeah, this thing's definitely moving from right to left, so we're gonna have to get moving. Really quick. There we go. Get the wide angle off of here. I'd rather have the zoom lens just in case something frisky happens in a second. These storms have a way of doing that, just doing their own thing, getting excited by themselves. They don't need much help from us storm chasers. Just get excited, get off of there. Don't know what is wrong with them. Where's all this stuff coming from? Be a tornado in the dust spot somewhere on my lens if I kept that up. There we go. All right. Really awesome Supercell. It is currently we're just east of or west of House, New Mexico, looking back at a very robust Supercell. Right now it is a typical boundary day. This looks like a boundary storm in every way, and it also feels like it. Gosh, temperature right now, we're just at 70, but there's a stiff and cool inflow wind into this, which would happen when you're at 70 degrees. So it feels a little chilly. So we're about to defrost time. Back there still, actually, so let's do this. We're gonna position just a little bit further east and get south. I'm gonna hopefully, this thing's moving southeast, it looks like, so I want to be able to be able to be on it. But yeah, this thing's clearly turned southeast. I'm trying to stay ahead of everything by a good bit for now. If it does decide to tornado, I mean, there's not a lot of roads, so if it does tornado, it's going to be hard to intercept it too much, too often anyways. There's going to be a couple of options. But that's just going to, I don't know. Maybe I'm just tired today, but I don't know if I want to just put in effort to be speeding up and down roads with 1,000 other chasers today, trying to jockey for position. Be tough. So today's the day I think every storm chaser that is chasing today is probably either here or they're probably up in like Colorado, Wyoming. But yeah, probably a lot of storm chasers down here today. That's what I would guess. We're going to turn south here in a second. Trying my best not to record for hours at a time today. Oh my gosh! You didn't see that? Just almost took out a bird. Huh. That was scary. Came right at my windshield. The birds have a weird pack today. Interesting dynamics with these low clouds and the stripes going on ahead of this storm. Which is interesting. Interesting dynamics this thing is employing. So it's a powerful storm. Just getting this camera ready for the south turn. So we're trying to... Basically, the plan right now is we're staying ahead of it until it turns tornadic. If it turns tornadic, then we're going to play a little bit more aggressively. But right now, we're just, we're enjoying the absolutely phenomenal structure this thing's putting out. We're enjoying the lightning show. And if this thing decides to tornado, we'll get a lot more aggressive, get more tornadic on us. But right now, there's not much of a reason to do that. Again, the birds. I didn't see it. Just got it on the rear camera. Here we go. Here's our south turn. This is House, New Mexico. Just take the location bug off until I can update it. There we go. That's the storm out there. Got a couple more miles back from it, and we're gonna get a good vantage point on it again. Oh, I can see underneath it. It's a miracle. Thing is dealing with something. It's not good. Wow, big lightning strike again. Again, I think I smoked that bird. I think that one's dead. I don't know what the deal is today. I've never had so many dang birds just ready to off themselves. All right, we'll stop up here. Good view finally. The whole storm. I will say this thing looks extremely disorganized. It does have a wall cloud. We're going to have a lot to talk about here in a second because this thing looks really funky. with this view finally. I think I'll be able to turn right here and go up this road a half mile. We'll see. Yeah. Turn right. This road. Do I wanna? Yeah, it should be fine. It should be fine. Just gonna go up here just a little bit. Honestly, until I get a nice area to turn around. Yeah. But yeah, basically you see a lot of different features underneath this thing. I don't see anything resembling, I don't see any strong low-level rotation. It'd probably be in the area middle or the right. Well, it's the first time I'm really getting a chance to look underneath this. Wow. So, here we go. It's a good solid area to stop. Now, there we go. Do that for now. Set up the good camera. 360 camera, lots of cameras. Okay, ground's pretty soft. It's not so soft, but soft enough that if this thing got rained on, you don't want to be on these roads. Yep, just chilling out with it. Impressive Supercell. Might be some good low-level rotation there on the far left, actually. Just not seeing a lot of anything. It's okay. Let's get about 5 minutes here. Looking at that middle area there, looks like there's a little almost cone shape. It could be, actually. This thing might be tornadoing. That's trying really hard right there. Don't think it has the juice. Not this time, but that was good solid rotation. Looks like a new wall cloud forming here on the left side. Have a big wide view there. to stay zoomed into that. This camera. You never know. Lightning's picking up though, that's for sure. That's where we saw that cone a bit ago. It had a very suspicious shape to it. Wow. Zoom out and get some of this lightning. You can see some of it, just absolutely epic lightning. Okay, got that camera ready to go whenever we leave, start moving. Solid structure too. I mean, it's not all timer structure, but it's definitely that's Supercell for sure. Better shut this, just in case someone comes hauling down this road. Oh, that's funny. I don't know why we're doing that. Zoom in on this and see what it's doing, huh? Lots of rising motion. It could be a new mezzo taking shape. I think that's the old one over there. We've got to keep watching it for tornado potential. This is a new one taking shape. And I'll pan over if I see anything. You can see the whole storm, big RFD cut right there. So yeah, got a couple, you know, we're still playing the long game. I think if this thing's probably, that was really close. I think that, you know, there's a big RFD cut in this. You can see that light area underneath the storm. That's actually the sun shining through it. That's because the storm had, the updraft now is taking on that horseshoe shape. And if you're going to get a tornado out of this, it's not here just yet, although that's to be watched. That's the next one. It'll be back, it's not this one, it's going to be back here. I would not doubt if, say, that actually produced. It'd be in that area probably. There's a lot of motion up in there, that's for sure. It's just got stuff everywhere. That looks like an even older mezzo way back there. Goodness. Yeah, big RFD cut now, new one taking shape here just right to my south and west now. Ooh, that one's starting to have a bit of a look to it. Right in there. Yeah, it's rotating. Watching it. Just had big time wall cloud. New one has developed now, so That area way back there, God, that worries me. Oh my gosh, there's some just absolutely incredible bolts coming out of this thing right now. Scooch back a little bit so you can maybe see a couple of them. That scared the heck out of me. He just, I'm suspicious, you know, because I'm paranoid, but I'm so suspicious of that area back there. Like, what's going on underneath that? I don't know. I couldn't tell because there's a ridge. There's been a ridge all day, but yeah, worried about that. Just a monster RFD cut into this thing now, though. Goodness gracious. Basically, you can see how the sun's shining through the updraft because the rear flank downdraft has cut into that updraft so much. And if you're watching yesterday, you know that the rear flank downdraft is that accelerant you need for tornadoes oftentimes. And it'd be on the other side where you'd be looking for the tornadoes. It'd be on the west side today, on the southeast moving supercell. We're gonna have to take off here in a second, but I'm just kind of waiting it out, seeing if this thing can do something in the next little bit before we reposition again. Well, shook the car. The storm's definitely weakening right now. Its structure is kind of going away. I don't know if it's dying, but it's weakening for sure. Here you can see underneath it again. It's just nothing to really write home about. It looks not so great. You can see like this inflow thing right there. There's a little bit of an inflow feature coming in from left to right into the updraft. It's gotten a lot smoother too and less defined. That's underneath it. Zoom in just a little bit more, and you can see, I just don't see. That looks very disorganized. Bunch of stuff hanging out. Just it's not what you look for. So we'll probably reposition here in a second. It's gotten a lot smaller on radar, which makes me wonder if it's dying. Get the big 360 cam down. The lightning says it's not, but the 360 camera, or not 360 camera, the radar says this thing is not its healthiest level. So would be ironic to have waited around 3 hours to have a supercell for 30 minutes. Oh. view on this thing. I'm gonna go get that camera down. Now, not my favorite. Ah! Tripod down. It'll be okay, tripod. You've got more to live for. You've got to pull through. Okay. May just. I need to do a hit actually for the channel for later. 1 second, then we'll get moving. So we're looking at a Supercell right now just outside of House, New Mexico. Very disorganized underneath it. This thing has been taking its sweet time to, it's tried a couple of times. I'm a little worried because it's getting small on radar, and some of this I'm seeing says it's getting weaker, but I mean, there's a little cone shape underneath it right now, so who knows. But I mean, this looks smoother, the updraft looks smoother now. There's a lot of low clouds falling into it though, so it's still sucking in a lot of air. And it's got that classic like crown cloud shape, which sometimes says, I'm having trouble. It's kind of its cry for help. So, gonna keep an eye on it, of course. It's really the only game in town right now. It's a little storm door north and west, but if this one can't do it, that one's definitely not. So, yeah, I mean, there it is. Supercell. Oh, big lightning still. Cone-shaped thing right there. That's always curious, you know, you always want to check in on that kind of stuff. If you're not seeing much motion in that, see, it's just not much, so. A lot of what I'm seeing here says this thing is weakening, but there's a truck coming behind me, so I gotta wait. That's funny. Go. Hi, horse. It's horse. Yeah. This thing just, it just looks awful right now. I don't know, it could come back up, but it has the look visually of a storm that's really struggling. This is not a very robust and healthy storm by any stretch of the imagination right now. Doesn't mean it can't recover, but I'm not too, I'm not, oh, what am I doing? Stop. There. Love how boxes pop up to keep you from doing anything. Can't go north because that's where the hail court is. Actually, you go around it. Look at the one to the west. Man, I wish I had a good view. I wish I could. Wish I was willing to risk that. I think we're going to go for the western one if this doesn't improve by the time I get to a south option up here. This thing looks like garbage right now. Hot garbage. Alright. I'm gonna go get east and south a little bit more. Okay. It could be cycling too, you know, these things can and do sometimes cycle, but feel of rest in peace storm. Very much so. stop again, but I'm telling you, this thing does not look healthy. Does not look healthy at all. See out there, this thing just on the struggle bus, extremely much so. I'm definitely not saying it doesn't look pretty, but oh my gosh, that's go for sinkholes. Yeah. It's that crown around this. It's just, see that all the time when storms are struggling with the cap. This one just seems like it's doing. Seeing that low level cloud feature there slanted out and away from the precip, that also looks like outflow. Draft's getting skinnier too. Man, it looks cool. It's starting to get a cool look to it. It's a good corkscrew look. So that's cool, right? At least that's cool. That's all you can hope for. Since any reasons. It could be something. That sounds like a dang firework going off. I mean, look at that. You can see a nice corkscrew look. Am I even getting that? Yeah, I'm getting that. Watching that west storm closely, I can't get to it for a bit though, so we're just gonna, I mean, I'd rather play with the storm I got right now and wait it out a little bit. Oh, that's a little RFD cut coming in around that. We better watch that. Turn into an all-timer of a scene here. My God, looks amazing. I mean, this looks great. This is amazing footage. It's gonna be an all-timer of a time lapse. Oh my gosh. Let's get the other 360 camera out. It's a rare instance where we need both of them for different reasons. Oh. Watching that very carefully. There's just a brief funnel on this thing. I should never be too sure. structure is just awesome. I think it's dying. I think that lower area is getting choked off. Wow, big lightning strike there on the left side of the updraft. I think because the cap's killing it. It has had that look for a while, and I think that's what's happening. Doesn't mean it's not going to look spectacular. But that's, yeah, that lowered area, it's choking off there in the middle, and it's just kind of smaller and keeps getting smaller. I think that's the cap. Yeah, it's obviously dying now. I mean, that's a no-brainer, so it's time to get west. So let's just go do that. Get ready to do that, I should say. Some absolutely incredible structure right behind me, south of House, New Mexico. Look at that. It's also like got a little finger down there. I got to watch that too. This is a corkscrew kind of supercell. It's not even LP. It's a classic, but it's very thin updraft right now, and you can see it's kind of getting choked off. I think that's the cap killing this storm, and it's soon to be dead. But wow, look at that. That is just some incredible structure. 360 cam, main cam. 360 cam. We got cameras on this thing from every direction. I don't think this thing's much of a tornado threat, but it has had a couple of really interesting fingers down on it. And but we can see the storm to the west now, actually in the distance, and it has a good look to it. I'm gonna look at radar, so I'm wondering if I can go north and around this thing. But I want to give this some time. I can see back to the west now. There's no reason to freak out about it. Some absolutely fantastic structure. Be cool. It'd be cool when it's sped up. Really cool. If you look at this on this, if you're watching the stream here, if you look at below this storm, you can see the storm to the west actually coming into view. It looks a lot healthier. Should have stayed on it when we saw it going up. We knew better. I'm trying to give this a little bit of time. This is just will be a really fantastic time lapse. Never mind. Let's figure out how we're getting back to this west one. I think it's probably the way we came. This is pretty much in the same spot. This thing's so dead. The one to the west may be dead too, but we'll go look at it just to see. I think I can go back the way I came, where I saw. One to the west looks like it has the crown of clouds around it too. Yeah, I actually can't go back the way I came. It's rough. The move for this is going to be back this way. But it's just going to take a bit. I gotta let this storm move a little past, so hey, let's do this really quick. One second, I'm waiting on the wireless system to boot back up. Didn't think I was going to be turning it on so soon again. It takes about 30 seconds to pair. You can see down there, just blue sky, wonderful. There we are. You can see that's the storm you were watching. It's all but gone. That bottom area is gone now. But if you zoom all the way out there, you can see the other storm. So yeah, this one is clearly dying. Clearly dying. I'm waiting to see if this one here is going to try anything to the west. Also trying to see if this cell is actually going to start going down too in intensity. So I'm wanting to go back the way I came, but it's right through the core. So we'll see. I really don't want to get hit by rogue golf balls. Actually, it's moving southeast. Let's not even worry about that. Just gonna take the long way. It's whatever. So this one to our to the west is moving due southeast, so. Got to go east several miles and then south. So, hey, there you go. You can look at the storm as we leave it, the dead storm. That's the old storm. That's the first storm we were on. Severe warn. It is El Muerto. It is muerto. It is gone. It is goodbye. Adios. We are now diving east, south, and then back west. There's another storm. Warning says it's moving due southeast, so we're gonna hope that's the case because it's gonna have to get out of the rain-cooled air from this first one. And if it does that, then we can have the chase is not over, but now we're repositioning again, so. Them's the breaks of storm chasing. Just feels like we're driving around in circles. Nothing has seemed remotely tornadic, so I haven't felt the need to be close and get too aggressive, so I'm trying to play like the conservative option, so to speak, and just kind of play out away from these things to get the structure, because it's really cool. I mean, there's been some cool structures, like look at that one right there. How cool is that? It's a dying storm, but you can see where, you can almost see the rotation happening. Just if you just look at it, you can kind of tell. So, it's still rotating as it dies, and it's pretty cool in that way. So we'll see. We'll see if this one can do it to the west. And yeah, I mean, truly, it's just a matter of getting there. Yeah, it's been a pretty day, that's for sure. It's been another Supercell day, which I consider at least a marginal success, no matter what. Supercells are nice to see. So one to the west is moving due southeast. So we'll see if it can get it done. It's moving off into a horrific road hole after it crosses the Highway 60 at Fort Sumner, though. It's rough today. Mainly, I'm just trying, know, my chase philosophy generally is I like being back for structure up until tornado time happens. Then I love being close for tornadoes. But if it's not tornado time and you're underneath it, you're kind of, I mean, it's different. You know, people feel things differently, but I feel like that is such a waste of time because you're literally looking up at clouds, and you can do that anywhere on Earth. Take off and do their thing. So, and do the tornado thing. When they do that, I like being underneath them. I like being close as I can be. We're not quite there yet. So we saw that yesterday. Just kind of playing back, then, oh, tornado. Let's get closer. You know, you can kind of tell when a storm is thinking about tornado well before it does, so you can kind of make that move, so to speak. It takes a little bit of experience, I'm sure, but yeah, it's one of those things where you just kind of know when it's time. It becomes pretty obvious. That'll get you. You're not paying a lick of attention. I appreciate you saying that. It makes me feel better. I'm just tired, honestly. I mean, this is a great day. I'm going to look back on it, look at my footage, and be like, oh, that was pretty solid. But I will admit to some fatigue today. We're getting toward the end of the year. You know, only 2 or 3 weeks after this for me left, where I'll realistically chase something, and yeah, you just get to a point you get really fatigued by the end, which is where I'm at. Physically, I'm doing fine, for the record. Just mentally, you get to a point you just get exhausted. Having to make all these decisions in real time, days on end. Oof. This is day 4 in a row. And, you know, maybe other people, I don't know. It's always felt like I get mentally beat after a little bit. What's going on out here? Mining 360 cam up. Sorry, folks. I will say on the first visual inspection of the Western Storm, it's doing the same thing this one just did. I think it's dying. But we're going to find out because it's on the way home anyways. The 360 camera, it's high enough quality I can use it for education, and I don't really have to think about it. I can just set it on the roof and start shooting, and I can keep driving toward my next target. So I'm getting shots I never would have gotten in previous years. It's very wild. I'm watching. It's going to be really fascinating to go back and look at just the dynamics. There's some really fascinating stuff happening. Might be the low-level jet. I don't know. It's just really weird. But in a good way. West Storm back there has the same imminent death look, for the record. I'm sure on radar, I haven't looked at radar in a good bit, but I'm sure on radar it's going to start looking pretty bad soon. storms spreading south. Very thin and wispy though, which is a sign of storm not being too strong. Stick a fork in the day. That's all right. Try to get on the while we can time lapse all this. I think you're about to see about an explosion of storms right now, though, in this whole general area. Just visually, I can't see it on the. I haven't looked at the radar, but my guess is that's the case. Is certainly still there, and I'm headed toward it. We'll be turning and decreasing our mileage between me and it very shortly. Now the western storm is all. I haven't looked at it in 2 minutes, and it went completely from a storm to just nothing so fast. Oh my goodness, amazing. We'll keep the stream up for a little while. Might just get on the back side of these. Definitely, we'll be doing all this again soon. Whenever the next chase chance comes around. There's probably a severe weather risk out the next couple of days. But we're not chasing those. There's just no wind shear, and we don't want to waste our time on something like that. Pretty view though. Now we're finally moving west. Like a little boundary of sorts here. Looks like this is the RFD gust front from the prior storm or something that's come out, and now the low level jet's hitting it and we're getting condensation and storms building. I don't know if this is it for New Mexico or not. Usually June there's several chances, so I think that'll probably be the case. I think there'll be chances in June. Season really, you know, we're getting to the peak of the season historically, but sometimes June is bigger than May, sometimes April is bigger than May, sometimes May is just May and the big deal. So, I mean, we'll just have to wait and see. Pattern ahead looks really interesting to me. Actually, could be several chase opportunities in June. I think tentatively I am going to try to storm chase all the way to about June 15th or so this year, unless there's something just truly big on the horizon beyond that. So I'll be chasing anything just reasonable between now and then. And reasonable being like both time, scale, distance, all that. So I'll be keeping an eye on it. But this is typically, once I get to the last, like what is clearly the last chase of May, my last chase of May, I start thinking, okay, this season is winding down for me. Because usually most of the bulk of my chases have come and gone. And I think that's the case this year too. I think I've chased, this is like 14th or 15th time. So what'll happen from here is we'll probably have about 4 or 5 more chase days. So I'm picky, but not when it comes to storm chasing. I'm pretty picky. I want at least supercells, but so we'll see. You know, base of this thing still over there on the right looks pretty low, so we'll have to keep an eye on that and see what's going on. But yeah, generally I think that we're getting to the end of the year. For me, so a lot of, and we are talking. I'm talking with the team about doing a joint adventure up to the Northern Plains in July sometime, which would be a lot of fun. And I think the goal would be to live stream that as well. Those 4 or 5 days we storm chase up there. So, but like I've said, you know, this is our hobby. This is like we all have real jobs beyond storm chasing. So we do this for the fun of it. We try to educate, we try to teach people about severe weather. Our channel is pretty much solely dedicated to education and also adventure. Both of those things together make storm chasing. And we just want to educate people. We want to teach people more about storm structure and behavior, especially storm spotters and storm chasers, but even just anybody. And then also want to teach people about weather and how to forecast it and all the interesting things that happen around storms. There's so much to talk about. It's an endless subject. So that's, you know, we'll be doing a lot of that regardless. The amount of material I've gotten this year, it's going to be a pretty cool, it's going to be a pretty cool event, a pretty cool thing, all the stuff we got coming. So, and that's the west storm out there on the bottom right of the image, where the bright sun is, to the right of that, that's that western supercell. It looks like it's not surface-based anymore, but I could be wrong. At least on this side, it doesn't look like it's ingesting surface parcels, which is a sign to me that it's dying in a very spectacular fashion, probably. So I think my current plan is, if this is truly dying, we're going to get on the west side of this sucker. I want to get where the sunset colors are going to be prettiest. We love teaching about weather. So I love it. I love talking about it. I love teaching. It's just one of our passions, one of my passions, one of the team's passions. I mean, we just love this stuff. We want people to see the beauty and wonder of the atmosphere the same way we do. Because honestly, once you see weather the way we see weather, you will never be bored on an outdoor walk ever again. Even if you're not into plants or animals, which are enough, just looking up at the sky will be endlessly fascinating. Being curious in life is one of the greatest ways to have fulfillment, because you're always learning and you're always feeling that excitement of, oh, this is so cool. I can't believe this actually is the case, that sort of thing. It's just really cool to be experiencing that. So let's see what this one looks like. We're getting closer to it. I mean, it still looks pretty surface-based to me. On the right side there, that definitely looks suspicious enough. Looks like it's pulling in air. Let me zoom in on it a little bit. Right there, you can see it. I mean, that certainly looks suspicious enough to me to merit us continuing on. It doesn't look great on radar, and it's definitely got a big crown of clouds around it. That's interesting. That's got to be a wind noise or something. You're gonna have to hunt that down. Yeah, New Mexico is really nice. It's been nice to chase in my home state for a while. I usually get several chases in here just because of proximity, but this would be, I would have chased these days regardless if I were living in Oklahoma City or in New Mexico. I would have been out here chasing these last several days. So it's nice to have that. Yeah, so, I mean, looking out there, I mean, I'm not going to discount that this thing isn't, still pretty surface-based and we need to be on it. I certainly think that's the case. I don't have a great view on it, but it does look smaller. Let's see. It's certainly still moving southeast, which would be let's see, I'm going to look it on my radar app here as I... Yeah, I think it is dying, but it's still spectacular to see. Yeah, it's dying. Yeah, radar confirmed that, so. But that's still pretty cool, right? It's a pretty cool look. Got a nice crown of clouds over it. Something else I need to do is get these dust spots cleaned out of this camera. I need to figure out if I can do it myself or if I have to send it in to Panasonic. But if it's the latter, I'm going to have to, well, let's just put it this way, that won't happen until after storm season. Pretty. Again, I was trying to meet up with him, but I think once again we're going to end up like strangers passing in the night. fast. Great if I could drive, right? Well, driving now just outside of Fort Sumner again, looking back west at a Supercell, our second one. The west one we were watching there initially, it's just, continued on. It's got a not so terrible base on it. I think the radar says it's dying. Visually, it looks like it's dying. I mean, it's not the worst storm I've ever seen, but I think it's going to look a lot worse pretty soon. But still, I mean, it's been an interesting day. Like, these storms took forever to get going. And when they looked pretty radical for a while. And then they just died really quickly. And I think, honestly, you could probably go back and I think, like, model soundings were certainly wrong. And there was just a lot of capping issues going on. Because these storms have behaved like they've been having those types of issues. So... But this one here to the west has an inflow tailwind to the right of it. Still got a pretty big base to it. So I don't know, it's probably not coming back because the radar says it's dying. Like, radar says it's dying. Visually, it doesn't look like it as much, but I also didn't see it earlier in its life cycle, so it's also hard for me to tell that. I don't have a trend line to spot with, but visually, I mean, it's not terrible. So we'll get on this thing for a little bit and see what it does. I don't know. I don't see much going on underneath it, but that doesn't mean much. But yeah, truly, I think just how this looks, just with the crown of clouds, that's a very indicative sign of capping. And because where these storms are trying to go now, around this one, that's usually a sign of where your cap is. So yeah, I just think that these things are based above the surface. I think this one is still trying its best to bring in some surface air, but it's not working. So fun stuff. Get on the southwest side of this thing. See what I can see. Kind of worried. I mean, you can see here this wavy feature of the clouds. That's other storms. Elevated storms are about to blow up just everywhere around this thing. There's about to be just hundreds of storms, seemingly, probably all around this. There might already be on radar. It just has that look to it. So when all the storm chasers are passing you. I mean, my home's direct this way for me anyway, so fortunate that I'll probably be able to do stuff. But lots of storm chasers leaving this thing. It's probably a pretty good sign. A lot of very experienced people have actually left, so I think this thing is probably a sign of anything. This thing's on its way out. If you didn't have any other piece of data, that's a good one to run off of. But yeah, you'll certainly be getting some storms in this little deck of clouds here soon. It's a low-level jet hitting. I bet this is the boundary it's hitting from earlier today, and you're about to just get some stuff. You see, this is almost like a gravity wave. You see, it's just that texture, that waviness. It's pretty cool. I'm using this. This is going to be great for educational material right here. I'm a big fan of mixing in, finding ways to do education, and this is yet another. So pretty soon with that low-level jet cranking, what will happen is as darkness falls, they'll probably just, like I said, there's just going to be storms probably start going everywhere. And they'll be based above the surface, so they won't be those surface-based things you look for, but they're going to be, but they'll still be probably pretty strong. Yeah. Sky right now. There's something like due north of me. Yeah, it's a storm. So yeah, it's just solid stuff. I mean, we're still getting stuff to educate. Just saw a lightning strike down the road. So that means there's a thunderstorm somewhere down this road here. So these are certainly growing into thunderstorms now. So it's that lift. And these storms right here, the dark area here in the foreground, they're based high above the surface. Like their storm base is high up there. So they're not going to be like producing tornadoes, but these types of storms here could produce big hail. Certainly could. And I think what's happened is, I mean, the cap's obviously killed our storms, but I think the low-level jet has hit, and it's this boundary, and it's impinging on it, and that lift is causing what you see right here. If you could see straight up, you'd probably, or if you could get above these clouds, you'd see there's probably big-time cumulus clouds all over. So yeah, it's been you know, if you were joining with us earlier, there was a pretty stout supercell we were on that was not quite tornadic, honestly. I mean, I never really felt like it was tornado time, but it was a supercell, pretty stout, got some good time. all of our battery. Yeah, I kept thinking I would, I was hoping that this thing would hold together just long enough we could actually get something out of it, but it's just falling apart at record speed to our north, so not even going to be a storm there by the time we get back to Fort Sumner. Right up there, though, it's well, darn. Let's see if I can make this work somewhere. I don't know if I can. Kind of want to just get a little bit of time lapse of this cool texturing and coloring going on. I think it'd just be a good way to demonstrate a few things in the future. Try to get to the get a place to do that. Anti-crepuscular rays there. Pretty cool. Definitely on this side. Remember, there's wind, because it wasn't happening on the left. There we go. This is the case too. Wide angle winds will probably come in handy more so. There's a ding. Actually, this one might be on the other side of those power lines, which makes it perfect. No, never mind. Oh, yeah, it actually was perfect. Never mind twice. One around me, I'm going to be annoying to follow if you don't. Pretty cool though. I mean, for me as a weather nerd, this is really cool watching these elevated storms take shape around me. Oh no, that was perfect. We're gonna stop on the U-turn. That was elevated. Give me a good view of everything. Look at those storms to the south. That's pretty cool. It's really bad driving against the wind. Hey, that's interesting. It gets worse, so it's all good to know. Ha! Stay curious. I think it's the key to happiness in life. Is. If you aren't curious and you think you know everything, you get insecure and angry about everything. But if you're curious, you don't. So it's hard to be angry because you see something you don't understand. You don't react in anger. You react in curiosity. You want to learn. That's so much better than seeing something you don't understand or haven't seen before and acting in anger. Just, it's not good.
much nicer and prettier view of the whole scenery. As you watch with it. Yep, very nice, beautiful developing storms right now. I think that, sorry, my good mics are dead, so we're just going to have to deal with this. But I think that these storms may pose a bit of a severe weather risk as they continue. Now, for my greatest trick, we're going to put a 360 camera 10 feet in the air. Seems to be working. Hasn't tipped over yet. I'm not comfortable with it, but that's okay. Falls over, Sarah's gonna kill me though. I don't think so. I think the storm north of Lubbock looks not very tornadic to me. South down near whatever town that is, Plains, looks interesting, but it looks pretty better than what these look like. But a bunch of storms here forming in western New Mexico. Can't wait for FDX to get fixed in the next see a bunch of precip cores developing there on the left side. So those elevated storms taking shape. You also have that lowering there from the old Supercell. It's still persisting, which is interesting. A lot of stuff to teach in this shot eventually. charm having a 360 camera 10 feet in the air with this type of wind. It's one of those, I don't know if this is it, but I guess that's okay if it is. Luckily, the hard drive space of this day is not going to be too big. Possibly, right? Thought I'd switched that already. Focus on quality's diminishing. Well, I'd just like to thank everybody for watching the stream today. It's been an interesting day. Like I said, there were a couple of good. There was a good Supercell earlier. We watched for about 30 minutes to an hour. Watched storms bubble all day. Struggle to take shape. That's going to be interesting to look back on. But overall, you know, not the best storm chase day, but not the worst. We got a Supercell. It was severe warning. Can't complain too loudly. A solid day. So thanks for watching. Be sure, if you do not do so yet, to like and subscribe. And also be sure to stay curious. We've talked about that many times today, but stay curious. It will get you a lot further in life than you realize. So we will see you